And welcome everyone to the lands of Aecathan. No professionals, no fancy tech, just a group of women playing an all-original game of Dungeons and Dragons. I'm Jeff. It's my responsibility to try and kill them. So we'll see how well I do. I've sucked at it so far. Like for a year, a little over a year, I've sucked at it. But we'll see. Who knows?
Hope springs eternal.
Exactly.
We're grateful for it so far.
Grateful that he sucks at it.
Yes. Yeah. So, when last we left our group of adventurers, they had continued to basically reclaim the tunnels of the Conclave Cavern. They fought a mysterious, exceptionally large creature, which was comprised of feathers and skin and stars and just very strange. They managed to overcome it, and beyond that found the cavern of the Silver Dragons, which was the largest of the caverns they'd found so far. Again, all were behind barriers. All were not moving, not conscious. So they returned to the central cavern and began down the final hallway. And they encountered a golden lion, which was sleeping when they first saw it, but their arrival awakened it. It immediately moved in an instant from where it was to a position blocking the hallway further in. Arabelle was able to establish that it was an evil creature and that it was fiendish. Tasha cast legend lore upon the creature and was then witness to the fact that this was at one time a completely different creature, gleaming and pale blue and gray and holding an enormous weapon, and it was surrounded by these white, eyeless, bipedal creatures who began to spellcast perfectly synchronized movements, and she saw that creature being forced into this leonine shape. They attempted to negotiate with the creature. They were unsuccessful and ended up having to engage it in combat, where it did some damage, but it was ultimately, and strangely enough, defeated by S'Kuthos, who managed to pierce its skull with a witch bolt. And that was where we left off. So, Adventurers 4, what would you like to do?
Has everyone healed from our battle?
I don't think so.
I know I'm still down a few hit points.
Yeah.
Oh, I am too.
As am I. As for your spell points and your spells, I don't know. I thought I wrote them down, but I did not. I know you did the 15 points of, gosh, what it was called, lay on hands.
Yep.
Yeah, I was able to go into your character sheet and keep track of that.
Oh, okay. I
So
subtracted.
that's accurate.
So I don't.
Oh,
need-
okay,
No,
yeah.
what you had left was what you had left.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, good. I'm glad somebody was, because it wasn't me.
Okay.
I wasn't able to do that. I wish I could.
Trying to knock out a couple spells per level then?
No, you didn't really. Shoot, we should have done this beforehand. I'm so sorry. You did try to turn it, but
Right.
that was a feature.
Right. That was a
That was
channel.
the
That was
feat.
a channel divinity.
Okay.
Yeah, we tried that. It didn't work. I think turn the unholy was what it was. Yeah,
Okay.
channel divinity, turn the unholy. And shoot. I don't know.
Okay.
I'm sorry. You did mostly things, I think. I don't know. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Can we just knock
Sorry.
one per level, Jeff?
Hmm?
Can we just to knock like one spell per level off?
Yeah.
I know you did not do Aura of Vitality because I ended up doing
Okay.
Beacon of Hope, I think.
Okay. So 1/3 level anyway. Okay.
Oh, maybe. Yeah. Sorry. Should have done that sooner.
Oh, that's okay. So everybody's hurt?
Yeah.
Not everybody.
Yeah, and I'm only a little hurt. It's okay.
I'm down a bunch, and I think Lauren is down a bunch.
I'm down 11 points.
Oh, I'm down like 57 out of 71.
Yeah, you're
down 57 or you're at 57?
I'm at 57 out of 71, so it's a little bit more than. Yeah, it's not that much more. It's like
No.
2 points.
Let's see. I'll do some cure wounds. Can you
11. Oh, I guess it is only 11 points.
or 14? Die 8 for me, Jeff.
I got an 8.
All right, so that is 14 for Zori.
Oh, we also think you might have been doing something wrong with the healer kits, because we had the ability to give our level. So instead of getting back like whatever, I was able to get back somebody like 16 or something. Maybe you've been doing it like that. I don't know.
The healer. Oh, plus an additional heat points. That's the part we forgot. Yep.
Okay. So it's not that you were doing it wrong, but I think
I just forgot. Yeah. The last couple times. It's 1d6 plus 4 plus your level.
Yeah. So I figured that part out. I was trying to give back everybody points.
No, that's great.
And you said 14 to me?
Yeah. And then can you roll again, Jeff, for Lauren?
Oh, 14 is perfect.
I got a 2.
I got a 4, so that's 10 for Lauren.
Thank you.
And then you said you're down to Tasha.
Yeah.
I'll keep rolling. I've rolled 4 3 times in a row.
I got a 3.
Okay, that's 10 for you.
Okay. That's almost back to normal. So
Okay,
that's
and then I'll
pretty
use my lay on hands for me. How's S'Kuthos?
I think he's fine. Let me double check. He's down 7 points.
Well, I have 6 left in my lay on hands, so he may have them
Oh, okay.
after I healed me. So there you go.
All right. Cool.
All right, so we're all healed up. Ready to go down the hall?
All right. Well, then that, of course, falls to our tracker. Oh. Okay.
Where are we? Oh, there we are.
Let me go ahead and move Mother Tassa and S'Kuthos up here.
A water feature.
Does everyone know how to swim?
You see in front of you a wall of water that reaches to the ceiling, and you imagine beyond.
Is it like a waterfall?
No.
And it's just the hallway dead ends into water.
Yes.
Luckily, I just learned how to swim, so I'll be fine.
I think the beach.
You still haven't mastered that.
I know how to dog paddle.
Well, do you know how to dog breathe underwater?
That's a thing?
No.
Oh.
S'Kuthos runs up
Oh boy.
and looks in. Ooh, there's fish in there.
Really?
There's little fishies.
I wonder if there are big fishies.
I don't know. I don't see any big fishies. I only see little fishies. But I see there's blue fishies and green fishies and red fishies.
I imagine there is something larger in there.
So there's blue and green and red.
That's what I can see. I wonder. And he takes his finger and goes, pulls it back out. Oh, it's fresh. It's fresh water. It's not salt water.
That's good.
I wondered if it's drinkable. He pulls off his backpack and kind of sits down on the ground and opens it up and rummages around in it and pulls out this little battered tin cup and just goes. Not bad. A little fishy, but not bad. Finishes it, puts the cup back.
So the water's running up?
It's still.
Okay.
Somehow, it appears that whatever is beyond this is filled with water, but the water is not leaving the room.
Well, I think one of us should scout ahead, and we'll tie a rope to that person, and if they need to come back quickly, they can tug on the rope, and everyone can pull them back.
Do you have water breathing, Zori?
I do not.
Sasha? Gwen Lauren is very excited about this.
I think we should do it.
I know you do.
I volunteer.
I know you do. Let's just wait.
Got her out of the desert and she's just having a blast.
Yeah.
I have a potion of water breathing.
I thought we bought one or something.
Yeah.
So we just have one. So probably Gwen Lauren.
Best at athletics. I'm assuming it's an athletics roll.
Not me.
What's
Not me.
yours?
8.
Mine's 5.
Would probably be her.
Yay!
All
All
right.
those swimming lessons paying off. Well, the swimming lesson paying off. This is definitely something you don't get to do back home.
That's for sure.
Biggest thing I've ever
Oh.
gone swimming in prior to our swimming lesson was a bathtub.
Right.
Ugh.
Oh, there we go. Okay. What is your Constitution modifier, Gwenlaren?
It is a 3.
Okay. You can hold your breath for 4 minutes before you start to drown.
Okay.
You could get quite a bit done in 3 minutes.
Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to tie this rope around my waist, and I'll give it to you all to hold. And if I need to come back really fast, I will tug on the rope. And then if I do that, you need to pull it in really fast.
Got
'Cause
it.
I'm going to swim as long as I can.
Are you gonna drink the potion?
Oh, well then.
How long
Well,
does
if you're gonna drink the potion, yeah.
It lasts for an hour.
Well, there are other reasons I might need to come back quickly.
Right,
Besides
fine.
just the
Right.
breathing
a
part.
giant?
Well, if you're gonna drink the potion, then you don't have to worry about holding your breath.
That is true.
So
Okay, so I'll drink the potion.
Okay.
Glug, glug, glug.
all right.
It tastes like the sea, and there's a jellyfish bubble in it. Mm,
Yum.
yeah. Better you than me, bub.
All right. So where are you going to go?
I tie the rope, I hand Tasha the end, and I say, "Be back soon." Oh, I do take off my boots and any other gear I wouldn't want to get wet. Like, I'm not going to be able to fire an arrow underwater, I assume.
Probably not.
So I'm going to leave my swords, my arrows, like all my weaponry.
Maybe take
I
a
will bring a dagger
Yes.
so that I have a little something. I think I have a dagger. Hang on. Hold, please. I don't think I have a dagger. Can I borrow
You
a
can
dagger?
have one of mine.
Thank you. I borrow a dagger.
You can have two
And-
of mine.
Okay. What is your movement rate?
My movement rate is 30 feet walking.
Okay. It is going to be 15 feet swimming.
Okay. I also leave my cloak.
Okay.
Okay. Here we go. I dive in.
Ooh. I was gonna ask a question, but
All right. Well, let's see. Your vision is a bit limited due to the fact that this is water. But you do spot 2 elements of this room. To your right, you see an undulating, shimmering curtain of golden energy.
Ooh.
And to your left, you see a kind of a strange rectangular dais that has 3 sealed containers, look like maybe glass. One of them is tinted red, one of them is tinted green, and one of them is tinted blue.
Like
The
fish.
green one is a foot tall. The blue one is next, and it is 3 feet tall. And the red one is third, and it is 2 feet tall.
1 foot, 3 feet, 2 feet.
Correct.
Green, blue, red.
Yes,
Yes.
you are correct.
Okay. And do they have liquid inside?
You can't tell from this distance.
I will swim closer to investigate.
All right. You get here. Let's see. That's going to open up. You can now
Yep.
see the wall, the far wall of the chamber. It is difficult to tell from just looking at these containers whether they are empty and just have air in them or whether they are completely filled with water. It would look about the same at this point. But you do notice that all three are sealed with stoppers.
I'm going to swim over here. I just want to be able to see the whole space.
Okay. You do get the sense that there is more beyond the dais.
Okay. I'm going to swim up here.
All right.
Hmm.
And back over this way.
All right. You also see that where is it? Yeah, you also see that there is what appears to be a dusky gold-colored wall. Doesn't appear to be a curtain. It appears to be solid.
And opaque or transparent?
Opaque.
Okay. I will go just a little further to make sure And I'm looking as I swim. Are there any runes, messages, letters, symbols on the walls, on the ceiling, on the floor? Anything I can see?
Remember that your vision is impaired because of the water. So make a perception check with disadvantage.
18.
You don't see anything that looks like writing or runes or really anything unnatural.
Okay. I'm going to make my way back down and try to see through the shimmering curtain at the bottom.
Okay. Again, you will need to make a perception check at disadvantage.
Oh, 9.
Can't really tell. The water is interfering with your ability to see clearly, and it's difficult to see through these curtains anyway.
All right, I'm going to get very close then and try again.
Okay.
Um, 17.
Still can't make anything out.
Okay.
It's like part of the water is reflecting the light emanating from the curtain, so it creates this glare almost.
Okay. And this side here. Let's see. I don't remember how I did this last time.
It was a different key, but other than
And
control.
I don't know how I did it. Damn it. I thought
You want me to try? This side?
Yeah. But lower in the corner. So is that the end of the room?
Yes.
All right, then I'm going to swim back up and get a very close look at the bottles
Okay.
to see if there's anything written on them, if I can tell if there's anything in them.
Make a perception check at disadvantage.
18.
Yeah, girl.
There does not seem to be anything carved into them, nor carved into the stopper. You're not certain if there's anything in them, but if you had to guess, there's water in them.
Okay, so I gather the three of them up and pull on the rope.
They don't move. They appear to be attached to the dais.
Well, we start pulling, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, you feel yourself being pulled back toward the entrance.
And I can't pull them with me?
No. If you hang on to them, there will basically be a strength contest between you and the rest of the group as to who ends up pulling who.
Yeah.
Ow.
Okay,
Yeah.
I will allow myself to be pulled through the water.
Okay.
And I say, that was the coolest thing. I got to swim all around that cavern, and it's a room like the other rooms we've been in, where there are two walls. One is a shimmering gold wall, and one is a solid wall. It looks like it's, I don't know, almost like metal or something. And then there's three bottles. One is green, and it's a foot tall. One is blue, and it's 3 feet tall, and one is red, and it's 2 feet tall. They seem to be filled with liquid. I'm guessing it's water, but I don't know. And I tried to bring them back to show you, but they were stuck there. And they're stoppered with a cork.
I should mention you also did see that the entire room is filled with the fish that S'Kuthos saw. There's probably hundreds of each.
Do the
That's a lot of
stoppers-
fish.
Lots of fish.
Can you unstopper the bottles?
I didn't try because I didn't know for sure what was in it. I mean, I could try that.
Do
Can
have
we
to
put
in the
fish?
bottle?
Fish in the bottle?
You want to shove fish in the bottle?
red, green, and blue?
Okay.
Maybe? Is the bottle colored, or was the water in the bottle colored? Didn't know. Sorry.
I don't know. Do you want me to go open one?
How big are the bottles again?
One is 1 foot tall, one is 3 feet tall, and one is 2 feet tall.
And
Really?
they're about 6 inches in diameter, and they're actually fairly square.
How-
Big enough
Where?
to put a fish in?
Oh yeah, the fish are about the size of your fist.
How big is the opening of the bottle?
Probably about
Oh,
6
pretty
inches across.
I can shove a fish in there, sure.
You could get your whole arm in one of these.
Oh.
Challenge accepted.
That wasn't a challenge, just a statement.
So
I'm gonna go
do you have
back
any
in.
net?
Okay.
Do you have any nets? Oh, okay. I was thinking you could net them first and then try to.
Oh, you've got a
Take them.
net?
Well, I have a sack. Hold on, let me think.
No,
have a
there's.
sack.
I don't think so. There's no reason why anyone has needed one.
A sack?
I
No,
could try to stab him with a
A
dagger.
net.
No, not
Yeah.
a net. Not a net either.
No, not that a net either.
Want them in there alive or dead?
I would
Or
say
we could
alive.
like juice them.
Ew.
No.
Is fish juice good? I've never tried it.
No.
I haven't done a lot of fishing.
Oh.
I mean,
I
not
have
a lot of rivers or anything like that to fish from. Ponds, lakes.
I have in my common clothes, I would assume I have like a cloak or something
I have a cloak.
that you're not wearing that you want to get wet.
Probably.
Okay. In my common clothes, I have a cloak, and I'll bring it out and be like, see if you can catch some
Sure.
with this.
How
If
hard
there's
can
that
it be?
many. I don't know. I mean, if it's hard, then we'll try something else, but I think it's going to be easier than trying to like grab one. How
Okay.
many should we do for now? Like
Oh,
one,
I'll just
3,
scoop up
and
a whole
2?
bunch of them.
There you go, as many as you can.
Yeah, I'll bring them back to you, and then I'll bring them in one at a time. Well, I guess I suppose I can try to catch them and keep them in the cloak while I shove them into the containers. What the hell? We'll give it a shot. All right. Any other things before I head
Well-
back in?
Hold on. When I'm looking at my potion of water breathing, it says I have 5.
We bought them.
Oh.
Did we buy
Yes.
5?
Yeah.
Yes. We bought enough for
Oh.
everybody, if I remember right.
I thought I just had 1.
I knew we bought them. I couldn't remember how many, but when you said that, it made perfect sense. We bought.
Well, we need 6.
Well, Mother Tassa can wait while we do the thing, right?
I am contented to sit while you navigate
Fish.
this space.
All right. Bottoms up. Drink up. Let's go.
Drink the fishy water potion.
Okay.
I'm
I
going
hold
back
my
in.
nose.
Oh,
What?
oh, this tastes like the water did.
I hold my nose and I drink it.
All right. I'm going to take everything out of my backpack.
Yeah,
And-
I'm gonna leave most everything behind.
Well, no, but what I'm thinking is maybe we could catch fish with the backpack.
That's what my cloak is for.
Oh,
Or if you want to
okay.
use the
Never mind.
backpack.
Never mind. Never mind.
I've
I'm-
got the cloak. And
I'm-
I
Yeah,
I'm bringing a dagger.
I'm gonna take off almost all my stuff too.
Yeah.
S'Kuthos is going to leave his backpack, but otherwise.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can,
Oh,
can you
what?
talk to the fish, Gwynlauren?
That's a great idea.
that is a great idea.
well,
That's
I-
an interesting question.
I glub speak with animals. I cast speak with animals. And I
so
say,
smart.
"Hello, fish. Can you understand me?"
Bread. I like bread. Bread. I like bread. Hello. It's gonna be a lot of hellos.
Mine.
Let me see here.
Or, hey.
Hey, what's going on, lady?
I think I maybe have watched Saving Nemo too many times.
No.
Right.
Well, it does appear that according to 5th edition, fish count as beasts,
Yay.
which is what Speak with Animals allows you to communicate with.
Yay.
So, what did you say?
Hi, fish. Can you understand me?
And you hear a cacophony of yes.
Well, I need your help.
Why?
I'm going. I'm going to open one of these bottles. Do you know anything about these bottles?
What's a bottle?
I point, since I'm in front of them, I point and say, this thing.
Nope.
Have these things always been here?
Yes.
You want to try getting inside one?
Why?
Because I want you to. I'll give you food. I'll feed you if you get in the bottle.
Not hungry.
Why aren't you hungry?
Have deja vu.
Stop trying to feed us.
Oh my god. Hilarious. Oh
No.
my god.
Just not.
Are there any other creatures living in here with you who are not fish?
You
I don't live
go.
here.
do now.
Anybody else?
Them.
Who's them? The fish?
One of the fish runs over, like swims over and like bonks S'Kuthos in the temple and
Oh,
goes,
us.
him.
Us.
Ah. Anything bigger than us?
No.
Do you know how to get behind that shimmery area?
And you sense that the entire room full of fish just recoiled a little bit.
Oh. Is that a no?
Bad.
Why bad?
Sparky. Hurting. Pain.
Oh.
Okay. So you stay away from there.
Yes.
What about that other area up higher, the wall? Any Sparky there?
What's a wall?
That hard thing.
No.
Okay. Well, I'm going to open one of these bottles. So I swim up to the green bottle
Okay.
and I attempt to uncork it.
Okay. It's easy. It just kind of goes.
Does anything come out?
Nope.
So
You
I
get the
s-
sense that it's full of water.
So
like
I
the rest of the
say
room.
to the green, I say, can I get one of the green fish to come over here for a moment?
What's green?
You. And I point to a green fish.
I'm not green.
Okay. I'm going to need you to get inside this bottle for a sec.
Why?
Because it's water you've never swum in before. And I think that this would be a good time to try.
No thanks. And it.
Oh.
Please?
Swim away.
I need a fish to volunteer to get in this bottle.
What's volunteer?
Do it. I need you to do it. Get in there. Swim your ass in the bottle.
What's
She
an
didn't even-
ass?
She didn't even get a persuasion roll on that, and I thought she was
No.
very persuasive. The first one, it's water you've never been in before. That would have intrigued me.
Yes, but you're intelligent. These are fish. They have a brain the size of a pea.
So which one do you have open? The green one?
Yeah. So, I mean, I've already offered food. It's basically food, sex, and aggression. I mean, what are my other choices for a brain this tiny?
Can you cast underwater?
I just did.
You can, yeah, because you're
Okay.
able to breathe. You're able
Okay.
to make the verbal components, and you can still move your hands. So
Oh, never mind. Doesn't understand my language. All right, I'm gonna try to grab a fish.
Well,
Okay.
But once you do that,
what color?
She has the green open, right?
Yep.
A green fish.
Okay.
Fish. Red fish. Please.
If you would make an athletics check.
It's not an attack.
No. No, it's a grapple check.
Mm. Five.
I'll take one side if you want to take the other side of the cloak, and we can try to grab some, unless you don't want to.
So we're not even going to try to get their cooperation before we shove them in the bottles?
You did. You
I thought
tried.
you did.
I got one shot.
Okay, try some more.
I say to the group, would any fish like to help us out?
No thanks, not today. I'm tired. Maybe later.
Is there anything I could offer you to convince you to help us out? Is there anything you need?
Nope. Nope. I'm good.
Okay, so here's the thing. If you don't volunteer, which means do it on your own, then we're just going to grab you and shove you in the bottle.
You can try. It's a game. Yay, they're going to play with us.
How about we play a game called You Get in the Bottle, and then we swim away?
Boring.
What would be a fun game that would involve you getting in the bottle?
Catch us. Catch us. Yes, try to catch us. Slow things.
Okay. I just rolled a 20. My athletics is 25. So 25.
All right. What
To
color
catch-
are you trying to grab?
Green.
You got a green one.
Shove it in the bottle, and I'll put the cork in it. Just one.
Okay.
Okay.
I cork it,
Okay.
and I say, well, how is that game? Now you're in the bottle.
Okay. Or more. Okay.
All right, now we need 3 of you all that are blue. Are you going to volunteer?
Catch us. Gotta catch
All right.
us. Swim for it, guys.
You're-
23.
Oh,
He's
Well,
quick.
I think the cloak will just do.
Almost.
So Zori and I are trying to catch
We'll try
some.
to gather some in the cloak.
All right. That's going to be an athletics check at disadvantage.
Since
Because
there's 2 of us, that would give us advantage, and so it's normal.
not underwater and not dragging something that's meant to keep out water through still water.
It's wet though. I mean, like it gets wet. It's not
Yeah.
a fancy cloak. It's just a cloak, and I don't have dice right now. Hold on.
Oh,
What are we
please.
doing?
Playing
Athletics at disadvantage.
athletics.
Yep. So one of you needs to roll for the 2 of you.
Oh no,
The 2
Or-
people that are doing the cloak.
I was gonna roll on the thing, but I can't.
Well,
I was gonna roll on D&D Beyond, but I can't.
Oh, Pam can
Can-
roll for both of you.
can,
Yep.
can
Okay.
Pam give you guidance? Because she's helping.
Yes.
Oh,
Or she could give herself guidance.
I rolled on D&D Beyond for you, Nick.
I saw that.
19. Don't
Okay.
use my score, use yours. And then the second one is 5. It was disadvantage. 5 plus whatever your athletics is.
It's just too slow. I mean, if it was a net, that would be one
So-
thing, but this is a solid piece of cloth that
How
you're
big
trying
is
to
it?
drag
Try a
through
net.
the water.
How big are the fish?
Like fist sized.
Okay, so why don't we try a net?
We don't have any nets,
We
so
do.
a net just go.
We have this a net.
Okay, I try again.
Well, I'm gonna take the cloak and I'm gonna dejectedly walk it towards the thing, and I'm just gonna hold it open.
S'Kuthos swims over with a blue fish in his hand.
Oh,
It wasn't that difficult. I'm just saying.
I open the cork and say, stuff it in the
I did.
jar, in the bottle, and
He did
I
where he did.
recork it.
Okay. And so there is a blue fish in the blue bottle.
24.
Yes.
Okay.
You got it. So Tasha caught a blue fish.
Okay. I pull the cork out and put my hand over the top, wave her over, and when she's ready, I lift my hand, she shoves the fish in, and I put it back in, and then I cork the top.
Okay.
I rolled a 17 to try and catch one.
Yes, you are able to. You find a slow one.
I do the same thing with Arabelle. I
Put it
pull out
in
the
the
cork and put my hand over it. When she's ready, she puts the fish in
So now we need 2
and
red.
cork.
Yep.
I go
And
over,
I'll try.
Okay.
pull the cork out of the red one and put my hand on top.
15 plus, what is it? Athletics? 16.
You get one.
16.
You
Yay!
managed to grab a red fish.
When you're ready,
19.
I jump it
open
in there.
up.
And that got 19?
19.
Yep, you got that one.
Yay!
Went over. Okay.
And now we wait.
Immediately, you feel the room begin to vibrate. And you suddenly realize that there's something coming down at you from the ceiling.
Is it the ceiling?
Is it water?
It's air, as the water level seems to be draining out of the room.
Oh dear.
You look around, the fish have all vanished except for the fish in the jars.
Oh.
And as you look around the room, the golden wall is lowering with the water. And when the water gets down to the level of the golden curtain, it begins to dissolve as well. Until you are standing in the middle of a damp
Freshly wet.
room.
I'm gonna go run back and get my stuff and my clothes on and
Same.
stuff.
Same.
Yep.
And I put my boots back on.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah.
can-
Alright.
before I put my boots back on, can we do a little prestidigitation to like dry?
Yes.
Shazam.
Then I put my boots on
Are we all
and gear up.
Are we all still wet, or did the water disappear with the other water?
You're still wet.
I'll press the digitation as many as I can.
I will press the digitation too.
Everybody dry. Everybody dry.
Yup.
Okay. And then we put our clothes back on and get our gear.
And I go back in to the room.
All right. You can see now that what was behind the curtain is another block of metal. This looks to be gold.
Great. And anything written on it?
Nope.
Then I will head up to the area where the wall, I assume, was.
Mm-hmm. Oh. Wrong icon. That's why it's not doing anything. Wrong pointer. All right, hold on a moment. Let me get my two caught up with the rest of you here. The hallway continues on. Oops, wrong character. Curves a little bit to the left, then it curves again to the right, then it seems to straighten out. And then you see that it makes a turn to the right. All right, give me a moment. Let me get caught up here. Okay. This vaguely spherical chamber is empty, save for a few rocks on the ground and some type of immense humanoid, over 12 feet in height, about 7 feet wide at the shoulders, standing in the opening across the space. It looks to be made of some sort of white rock, but it's flecked with black. In its right hand is an enormous black scimitar, and in its left hand, in its right hand is the scimitar, and its left hand is a dagger, equally black.
Obsidian.
Black. But as you round the corner to spot it, make a perception check. Just Gwen Lauren. She's the only one who can see it at the moment.
Okay. I can't. Oh, there it is.
That's a 25.
Ooh.
As you look at it and your gaze travels up its body to its head, you see a completely featureless round head. But as you watch, the flecks begin to move, and you see it shape into eyes and shape into a mouth, and some of the flecks immediately form fangs in this slightly open mouth.
Ew.
Otherwise, it doesn't do anything else.
Do we even bother?
Might as well.
I mean, it obviously already knows we're here, so it's not like I'm giving up anything. So I use my Dread Ambusher ability so that I can move faster.
Okay.
And then before I do anything else, I say, "Hello, Great One. We mean you no harm. We just seek to pass."
It doesn't react. It doesn't do anything.
Well,
Then I attack. and I will do so with arrows. And because I have the Dread Ambusher feature going, I get 3 attacks.
Okay. The only other person who can participate in this surprise round at the moment would be Tasha. Because she's the only other one who can see it.
Okay. So, will a 21 hit?
Yes, it will.
And a 27?
Yes.
And a 28?
Yes.
All right. So, 12 points for the first arrow. 10 points for the second.
Okay, hold on a second. My
Okay.
spreadsheet just crashed.
Oh,
Ooh, boo.
of course.
And all right, give me a second. I have to copy everything back up.
No problem.
Okay. Go ahead and give me those damages again.
Okay, 12, 10, and 13.
All right. Well,
If it helps, I aim for the dots on the face.
okay. And it doesn't seem to make much difference. The arrows do sink in, but apart from little chips of stone flying when they strike, you don't really see any other effect.
Okay. So, Tasha?
I cast Shatter at 3rd level.
Okay. And con save. So what's the...
It's con 16, and a creature made of stone or inorganic material has a disadvantage at the saving throw.
Okay.
$20 points of damage.
All right. You see the spell manifest, and that loud, thunderous sound emerges, and you see it shake a little bit, and you see a few pieces fall off. But it doesn't seem to have as much of an effect as you expected that it would.
That was worth a shot.
All right. Now, I need everyone to roll initiative.
Ooh. I actually did not bad.
All right, Gwen Lauren. I can't hear you.
26.
26. Okay. Tasha.
23.
Arabelle.
16.
And Zorath.
22.
All right. Gwen Lauren, you're up first.
It did not do anything in retaliation.
It was a surprise round.
Ooh.
It
Very
gets its
nice.
first turn this round.
Got it.
I cast lightning arrow.
Okay.
So that when I make my next attack, let's see, the spell lasts up to a minute. So the next time I make my ranged weapon attack, the ammunition transforms into a bolt of lightning. So it has a dex save of 16.
Okay. No.
It didn't make it.
I rolled a 3.
Oh, okay.
That's going to be a big
So-
no.
And I can do both of my attacks within that 1 minute, right? I'm pretty quick.
Yes. Well, technically 1 minute is 10 rounds, 10 combat rounds or 10 combat turns.
Okay.
So,
So the next 10 rounds?
actually, I think it's just the first arrow. It says the next time you make a ranged weapon attack during the spell's duration. So it's just the first
Okay.
arrow you fire after you cast it.
Okay. So that first arrow, math. Does 20 points of damage.
Okay. You strike at center mass and you see the chip come out from the actual arrow, but then you see the lightning effect strike and you see more stone crack and fall off.
Lightning works well, folks. And then my second attack, I will just do as a regular longbow attack.
Okay.
How much was the first one?
20,
20.
yeah.
So that's a 24 to hit,
That will hit.
and 11 points of damage.
Okay. Tasha.
And I aimed it for where the lightning hit, if it
Okay.
makes any difference.
All right. You're muted.
I cast Flame Strike, but I transmute it to lightning.
Okay.
Nice.
And that's
What's it
the
save?
big question. That is a 16 dex save.
Okay.
$36 points of damage.
Okay. Again, you watch this pillar of electricity come out of the sky and just slam down on this thing. And you see bits of it being chipped off, but it doesn't seem like it did as much as you thought it should.
Must have saved.
Zorith.
I use my feat of distant spell and I do shocking grasp. Yes, shocking grasp, I believe. Let's make sure. So I kind of don't understand this touch lightning spell because it says lightning springs from your hand to deliver a creature you try to touch. So it doesn't actually touch them, does it?
Yes, it does.
I mean, do I need to use that spell do I need to use that feat to make that spell, I guess is what I'm asking.
That's not how distance spell works. Distance spell, when you cast a spell that has a range of 5 feet or greater, you can spend 1 sorcery point to double the range of the spell.
Oh.
But it says once it says a touch.
Yes, you can spend 1 sorcery point to make the range of the spell 30 feet.
So that's what I want to do.
You are not within 30 feet of the creature.
Oh, God damn it.
Balls.
Then I'm also going to do chill touch.
Again, it's a touch-based spell.
No, it's 120. 120 feet.
Was that really?
You create a ghostly skeletal hand in the space of a creature within range. Chill touch is the necromancy one.
Right.
If it's undead also, it's got things. Now I have to range spell attack it.
Yep.
And I got a natural kraken. Plus 10 makes 30.
Okay.
Which makes me incredibly happy. But it's only 2d8 damage. Once I find my d8s.
Well, it's 48 damage. You got a 20.
Oh, is it?
If it's a roll to hit spell and you roll a 20, that's still double damage. So.
I'm so sorry. Eesh. Oh, 48. I heard you. Did I hear you? Oh my gosh, so silly. What's the first one? 8, 8, 6, and an 8. Not lying.
Wow. That's 28.
23 times 8 is 18 and 6.
30.
No, 8, 8, 8, and 4.
Oh, I thought
8,
you
8,
said
8, and 6.
Oh, 8, 8, 8, and 6. Yeah, so
30.
that's 30. Okay. You see the ghostly hand appear, go out and pass through the creature, and you see parts of it cracking and breaking off as the hand passes through it. But again, for such a solid hit, you'd have thought it'd have done more damage.
It's not undead.
Nope.
And it can't regain hit points until the start of my next turn.
Okay.
Until then, the hand clings to the target. Okay.
All right. Well, now it goes.
It was nice knowing you guys.
Whoa. Whoa.
Yeah.
It jumps down like a sprightly old man with renewed vigor.
Yikes. Oh god.
It moves Pretty
Quick.
quick.
For a statue.
And it swings at both Gwenlauren and Tasha.
Hmm.
And let's see. It's right in front of my face, and I'm not seeing it. All right. It swings a scimitar at Gwenlauren and strikes for 10 points of physical damage. And there is a booming sound, and you take 3 points of thunder damage.
That sound the thunder.
Then it swings the dagger at Tasha. And hits for 13 points of physical damage and 5 points of thunder damage as there is another massive boom. And then it swings the scimitar again at Gwenlauren. And hits her for 8 points of physical damage and 5 more points of thunder damage.
I mean, we've done 152 points of damage, so it's gone not horrible.
Arabelle.
I am going to cast Aura of Vitality with my action.
Okay.
And then I will use my bonus action to use it to heal Gwenlauren.
All right.
2d6.
I rolled a 9.
Okay, plus 5 is 14 points back. And I'm out. Oh, I want to move, sorry.
Okay. You are technically within its threat range.
If I stay within its threat range, does that matter?
You can move, but you would need to stay within its threat range.
Yep. I would like to go there.
Okay. All right. And then S'Kuthos is just going to move a little bit over. And he is right. Okay. He is going to cast a spell and attempt to hit the creature with it. Oh, wow. Natural 20. You see that black crackling beam of energy spring from his finger and strike the creature. And nothing else seems to happen. Gwenlauren.
attempt another attack. Kind of ran out of options here.
Okay. It is now in melee with you.
Yeah, I'm gonna move first. Just looking to see if I had anything else. That'd be a big nope. So I am going to move. Here.
All right. It will get an attack of opportunity.
I don't provoke attacks of opportunity. Hang on.
Well, that sounds amazing to me.
I know that's true when you cast the Zephyr spell.
Nope. Hang on. There's a. I have alert as a feat. Doesn't that mean I can't be
I'm
surprised?
looking.
Or let's see. No, sharpshooter. Let's see. Blah blah blah. Has disadvantage. No, I think you're right. It still would provoke an attack
Yep.
of opportunity.
Yeah. If you're using that Zephyr strike, then it doesn't. But
Gotcha.
otherwise, it does. So.
But I couldn't attack where I was.
You could if you wanted to use your short swords.
All right, then that's what I'll do.
Okay.
I'll drop the bow and attack with short swords instead. So I'm going to move back where I was. Hang on.
Okay.
I think I was here.
Yes.
Okay, so I go in with the swords.
All right. Remember, you get 3 attacks. The first and third are normal. The second one, you don't get your proficiency bonus.
This is the. Let's see.
Should be +3. Yeah. No, +4
On the
So-
roll or the damage?
on the roll.
Okay, so I just deduct 4.
Or wait a
from-
minute. Wait. Let me look it up.
I'm glad you knew where
Uh,
proficiency was. I never remember where proficiency is. It's next to walking speed.
Yeah, it's a 4.
No, I know. As soon as it said proficiency bonus, I was like, crap, what is mine?
Now, if I'm attacking with short swords two-handed, does that mean I get 2 attacks each time, or how does
No,
that
you
work?
get an extra attack.
Okay, that's what it is. Gotcha.
So, it says when you take the attack action with a light melee weapon you're holding in one hand, you can use a bonus action to attack with a different light melee weapon you're holding in the other hand. Oh, you don't add your ability modifier to the damage.
Okay,
So it's normal roll to hit, but the second attack, you won't add your strength bonus to the damage.
Okay. All right. Gotcha. Okay. Attack number 1. Will a math 21 hit?
Yes.
Okay, so that's 8 points of damage. And a 26.
Yes.
And then this is the one that does less damage. So
Right.
that's 5 points of damage.
Okay.
And a dirty 20
That will hit.
with 7 points of damage.
All right. Chipping away at it. Tasha, you also are right in its face. You have to actually talk into the microphone.
I cast magic.
Oh, you're muted. That's why.
I cast magic weapon,
Okay.
and I fight with my short sword, with my long sword. Sorry.
Is your longsword already magical?
I don't know.
No, it is not.
Yeah.
Okay. And what level spell are you using to cast that?
It's not an action. It's not a spell. It's an ability.
Oh, okay.
Okay. $27. No. Yeah, 27.
27 will hit.
Okay. I chatted.
Oops. For those of you who don't know, when we say chatted, it means you dropped a die. We have a friend of ours who is the person for rolling dice off the table, and his name is Chad. So
14 points of damage.
okay, you hack a piece out of it.
And then I take a step back.
Well, if you take a step back,
I
you'll be
can't-
moving out of threat range, and it will get an attack of opportunity.
Oh, geez, I can't even take one step.
Nope.
That's ridiculous. Okay, fine. Then I stand there.
All right, Zorith.
I decide to cast Ray of Sickness. No. Yeah, I'll just Ray of Sickness it
Okay.
at third level. That is roll to hit. Ooh, I do not hit it.
What did you roll?
15.
15. You misjudge, and the ray passes just over its right shoulder.
Then I quicken, and I try it again.
Okay.
Not much better. 17.
17 is enough. 17 hits.
I fumble my way through that. Oh, not bad. 24.
The beam strikes the creature in the shoulder, and you literally see it splatter off the outside of the creature.
It does no damage.
Does not appear to affect it.
Necromancy.
Oh, wait
Well,
a
that's
minute.
all I can do because I had to go twice.
Hold on. Oh, okay. It is necromantic. No, in that case, how much was the damage?
Oh, it's poison. Sorry. It's a poison damage, but it is a necromancy.
Oh, it's poison damage? Okay, then it doesn't affect it.
Okay.
That's
Shoot.
what I thought it was.
Well, it said first level necromancy, and so I was
Right.
trying to figure it out, but it does say damages poison.
Okay.
No, poison doesn't work.
All right. Now it's the creature's turn.
Damn it.
And well, let's see.
Oh.
This time it focuses all its attacks on Gwenlaren. 50-50 shot. Would it be Gwenlaren or Tasha? Ooh, that's a
I
natural.
react.
Hmm?
I use my reaction for disadvantage on attack roll.
Okay. No, that's still gonna hit. I assume a 23 will hit.
Yes.
Okay. Then the first attack does 9 points of physical damage and 3 points of thunder damage. Can you do that for all its attacks or just one? Just the first one? Okay. Well, it attacks with the dagger. I assume a 14 will not hit.
No, it will not.
No, you managed to duck out of the way of that. But 25 for the third one. 11 points of physical damage and 3 points of thunder damage. And it begins to exude a mist that begins to tumble off of it and spread out across the floor, encompassing everybody.
I'm in trouble.
We're all in trouble.
She's really in trouble, though.
It looks like a very fine white powder flecked with black, just like the creature.
So if we hold our breath, how does that? Can we do the? I'm sure it's not been an hour. Will the no breathing underwater thing come in, or are we?
We're not in water.
I know, but
It is, well, apart from S'Kuthos, it's below all of your mouths. It seems to be taking up about the top first 2 feet up off the floor.
mm-mm.
And it slowly begins to gel,
Ugh.
and you realize that moving in this is going to be difficult. But that's the end of its turn. Arabelle.
All right, I am going to cast Cure Wounds at 2nd level on Gwenlaren, which is 2d8.
I got an 11.
That's 13 plus 7, that's 20. And then I'm going to use Aura of Vitality for another 2d6 plus 5 on her.
I rolled an 8.
Got 9, so another 14.
That
All right.
helps.
I'm out.
Forgot where we are.
All right, and now it is S'Kuthos' turn. Right, I don't like this at all.
Oh, there we are.
All right, he is going to cast Eldritch Blast. Oh, the first one goes completely wide. That was a natural 1.
Ooh.
But the second one, ooh, strikes for a whopping 1 point of damage.
Really?
I'm not any happier than you are. All right, back to the top. Gwenlaren.
I will continue my attacks with my short swords. Okay, so that's a dirty 20
That will hit.
for 8 points of damage. 17
That will hit.
for 4 points of damage. And a 23
That will hit.
for 11 points of damage.
All right. It is beginning to look pitted, cracked, and pockmarked, but it still seems pretty sound.
Wow.
Tasha.
I will also hit it with my sword. $24.
That will hit.
$11 points of damage.
Okay. Zorith.
I'm starting to get irritated now.
Uh-oh.
I cast Blight at 5th level.
All right.
It's a con 16 save. It is necrotic damage.
Okay.
Do I just roll my...
Mhm.
Messed that part. 6, 4, 5, 5, 2, 8. And a 7. 37 points. That's it? Oh, 98. Well, that's still not very much more. And an 8. So 15, 30. 45 points of damage.
All right. You send the spell out and you see it suffuse through the creature, and you see some of the outer stone crack and fall off, but it's a tiny amount compared to what you know that spell did.
Fine, then I'm going to do Burning Hands at 3rd level.
Okay.
And that is also a dex. That's a dex 16.
Okay.
Oh. Blight. 8d8 or half as much. Okay. And I would know that it's not undead because I tried earlier undead and then it's... Okay. Sorry. Let me get to my thing here. 17 points of damage.
You put your hands out and angle it up so you won't catch Arabelle, and the fire flashes out, and when all is said and done, you see a little carbon scoring on the outside of it, but it doesn't look like it affected it really at all.
Okay. Okay.
Ooh. So it continues to pound on Gwenlauren.
Disadvantage on the first attack.
I should have tried to...
to.
You saved her from a natural 20. So that is Dun, dun, dun. 6 points of physical damage and 4 points of thunder damage. The dagger does 9 points of physical damage and 7 points of thunder damage. And then the second scimitar strike does 10 points of physical damage and 4 points of thunder damage. Arabelle.
All right, same thing. I will do cure wounds at second level for 2d8.
Oh, I rolled 2 8s.
So that is 16, 23 points back,
And then the 2d6.
and then 2d6.
I got a 7.
I got 8 plus 5, another 13 back.
Thank you.
Hoping we can just keep up with.
Well, I'm losing ground every time, so yeah.
All right. Well, S'Kuthos is going to cast Eldritch Blast again. And this time he hits both times. Ooh, for a total of 18 points of damage. It's making up for last time. All right, back to the top. Lauren.
Okay, I am going to.
Move out of his way and get
As-
just a...
I can't. As a bonus action, I'm going to cast Hunter's Mark.
Okay.
As a second level spell. And let's see. That will give me extra damage whenever I hit it with a weapon attack, and advantage on any wisdom check that I make to
Okay.
find it. Okay. And that should be for every
Yes.
attack. Okay.
Yes, it says until the spell ends, it's whenever you hit it with a weapon attack.
Okay. So I will continue to slash at it with my swords.
Okay.
So that's a 22 to hit.
That will hit.
Let's see, that does 10 plus, so 12 points of damage.
Okay.
Okay, the second one is a 27 to hit,
That will hit.
and it does, let's see, 4 points of damage,
Okay.
and a 27 to hit,
Mhm.
which does 17 points of damage. Still got good rolls on the last one.
All right. It is looking much more pitted and cracked than it was.
Good.
Tasha.
Doing the same. $22 to hit.
That will hit.
$12 points of damage.
All right. At this point, it's going to use its legendary action.
I mean, it's not like we didn't know it was coming. I mean, I suspected.
Got any potions? That would be good to start drinking as bonus action. I have one spell slot left.
Can I take a potion of healing? Or is it
On your turn.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
It's your bonus action, so you have to give up your
Right.
extra attack, but it probably be worth it.
However, I can throw one down your gullet. It's not a whole lot, but
Dump it
it's
in! Can you resurrect?
You see it.
Spell slot for it.
You see it sort of open its arms, and that ground mist gets sucked back up into its body, and you see its body heal.
okay.
And it-
Completely heal?
No, it's still, there are still cracks and pits, but fewer, noticeably fewer than there were.
I do have Spare the Dying, though, Leslie.
All right. Zorith.
Okay, I'm trying to remember back. Did anybody try fire on him?
You did last round. It didn't work.
Okay.
Lightning
Burning
worked.
hands, right?
Yeah, she did Burning Hands.
Lightning is so tiny. Okay, 2d8 shocking grasp. Plus 10 to hit. 19.
19 will hit. And you'll have to use Distance Spell
Why?
because it is
It's-
10 feet away from you.
It says 30 feet. Oh,
Oh. If you
With
use
the-
Distance Spell, it's
Yeah.
30 feet.
that's fine. I will do that. I got an 8 and a 4. I got 12. And it can't take reactions till the start of its next turn.
Okay.
And I'm going to do it again. And that time I got.
Did you roll to hit?
Oh, no. 20.
Yeah, it will hit.
That time I got 10 points of damage.
Okay. Well, you see the lightning appears to be effective. It's gouging chunks out of it.
Well,
All right. Now it goes.
oh, before it goes, can I try to move in front of Gwenlauren?
There's nowhere to move between it and Gwenlauren.
Excuse me, coming through. Excuse me.
No, there's no space there.
I just like that.
All right. So, Arabelle, are you imposing disadvantage on it for the first attack?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, then it misses its first attack.
On me, I assume?
Ooh. Second attack, natural 20. So
He just wants you to use Spare the Dying.
Now get it ready.
17 points of physical damage and 4 points of thunder damage. And the third attack, 11 points of physical damage and 7 points of thunder damage.
I'm still up.
Arabelle.
I'm going to use my bonus action on Martin, so 2d6.
I got an 8.
Oh, it's 13 points. And I'm going to cast Guiding Bolt at it.
All right. Now, is that one you rolled a hit or it saves?
22 to hit.
Oh yeah, that'll hit.
Might as well try and do something. Just one more round of healing isn't going to do anything. 18 points of radiant.
Oof. Yeah. That goes right through it, and you actually punch a hole through its left shoulder.
Good job.
And no. All right. Lovely. S'Kuthos decides to cast Toll the Dead.
Oh, nicely done.
And it rolled a 2 for its save. So, oh wait a minute, that's right. It's taken damage, so it's D12s, not D10s.
Toll the Dead.
All right, you hear this loud bell sound ring out, and you see the creature as if it got hit by some sort of impact and pieces fall off. But S'Kuthos apparently is not happy with it because he's now swearing in Gnomish again.
Oh, the dead.
All right, back up to the top, Gwenlaren.
Is my spell still up, or
Which one?
the Hunter's Mark?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It lasts for up to an hour. Cool. So,
Is it a concentration spell?
Yes. Wait. Yes.
Okay, then you're going to need to make concentration checks.
Okay.
So
Roll a d20 and add my con.
hold on. Wow. D&D Beyond is failing me right now.
My mouse is failing me right now.
All right,
Stupid thing.
back to paper. Hold on.
What part are you trying to look up?
How to do a concentration check.
Ah. Charisma is the same thing, just let's see charisma checks.
Got it.
Yeah, roll a d20 and add the appropriate ability modifier, right? Strangely enough, I found it on D&D Beyond in the Rick and Morty one.
Yeah, so I think as a ranger, your spellcasting modifier is wisdom.
Okay.
So go ahead and roll a d20 plus your wisdom mod 3 times.
And it always con for concentration?
Yeah. You want me to send you the link?
And the duration in the player's handbook.
Oh, I can't send it. I can send it by Facebook, but I can't send it any other way.
You must make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, okay. All
Now
right,
you
well
do-
then,
+5, because you're right next to me. To all your saving throws.
okay, so d20 plus your con bonus +5.
No, plus her con save.
Oh, is it save? Is it actual save? Okay.
Yeah, it's a saving throw.
So that's a dirty 20.
Okay. And roll 2 more times. You got hit 3 times, so
27.
okay.
12.
Still good enough. Okay.
Really?
Yeah. It's a 10 or half the damage, so
Oh,
yeah. Your hunter's mark is still up.
all right. So I attack with my short swords.
Okay.
22 to hit.
Mm-hmm. That'll hit.
Sorry, actually it was a 19 to hit.
That'll
Something
still
the
hit.
wrong thing. And 8 points of damage. Oh, and then I forgot there's the extra.
D6, yeah.
So 13 points total. And then the second attack is 25 to hit.
That will hit.
5 points of damage.
Okay.
Wait, but then I gotta roll the other one. So 10 total. And then a 16 to hit.
That will not hit.
All right,
Sorry.
it's okay.
All right, Tasha.
I'm gonna cast.
You're muted.
I'm gonna cast Shatter again.
Okay. And what's it save?
Can you mute? There. Con 16.
Okay.
$16 points of damage.
All right. That time, you did get the sense that it worked.
Okay.
So, All right, Zoreth.
I am going to. Now, did it seem to do like more damage or just damage? More so than not? The shocking grasp.
Lightning seems to have a normal effect on this thing, or as close to normal as you found.
As close to normal as we found. Well then. I would like to do one more shocking grasp.
Okay.
Okay, I want to do a potion for her and shocking grasp. Potion first, shocking grasp.
Okay, if you're administering a potion to someone else, that's not a bonus action, that's an action. Now you can still do it, you just have to use a sorcery point to cast the spell afterwards.
Right, that's what I had planned on doing. So I'm going to give her a tiny little potion of healing.
All right, which one?
I don't have anything more than a potion of healing.
Okay.
Oh, wait. Do it. Hold on. Please, here, hold. No, I don't. I just have a small potion, a potion of healing, a regular potion of healing.
Okay. And that does what? D4 plus 4?
2d4 plus 2.
2d4 plus 2. Okay.
That's all I got.
I rolled a 5.
I rolled a 7.
Oh, good.
So 9 points. That's about all I got for you, babe.
I'll take it, thanks.
And then I'm gonna quicken and distant a lightning spell. Shocking grasp. Roll the hit.
Can you use more than one sorcery point thing at a time?
I have been. It's my understanding that I can. You have 10 sorcery points. You can use your sorcery points. You gain the ability when you cast a spell. You can spend 2 points to change the casting time to 1 for this cast. When you cast a spell that's ranged 5 feet or greater, you can spend a sorcery point. It's just the fact that you have only 10. You can use your sorcery points to gain additional spell slots or sacrifice spell slots to gain additional sorcery points as a bonus action.
You can only use one metamagic option on a spell when you cast it, unless otherwise noted.
Where is that at?
Right under metamagic.
No, you gain the ability to twist spells to your needs.
Yes, you gain 2 of the following metamagic options of your choice. You gain another one at 10th and 17th level. The next line, you can use only one metamagic option on the spell when you cast it, unless otherwise noted.
Okay, well, that's not on my page, so I've been doing it wrong, apparently.
Oh, I'm looking at at Sorcerer on D&D Beyond, so.
Oh, well, yeah, I was looking at my actual page, so. Right. So, I guess that's, well. I guess that's enough for one day. I don't know what else to do. I will do Ray of Frost, then. Yeah, I will do Ray of Frost. Because I can't do lightning.
Okay.
So I will just do Ray of Frost plus 10 to hit. That's a 16 plus 10, 26.
That will hit.
12 points of damage. And then if it hits, the speed is reduced by 10 feet.
Okay.
Not
It
that
hit.
that means anything.
It hit. All right. Here it goes again. Now you're Arabelle's imposing disadvantage on the first roll.
Second roll.
Second roll. Okay. Well, first roll missed anyway. So second roll missed because of the disadvantage. And third roll missed. A 4, a 9, a 4, and a 4.
We'll take it.
We'll take him.
All right, Arabelle.
All right. I will use my bonus action to heal Gwenlar for 2d6. Why I cast that at the beginning, though.
Take your roll. I rolled a 2.
Okay, I got 8 plus, what did I say? Plus, I think it's plus 5. Yeah, so 13 points. And then I'm going to use a cantrip. Did anybody have any luck hitting it?
Not really.
We've been hitting it. Oh, everybody's been hitting it.
Yeah, it doesn't not take damage from those, right?
No, it takes damage.
Roll to hit versus a saving throw seems like a good plan. All
Not,
right.
not that I really want to.
Does a 17 hit?
Barely, but yes.
Wow. Whole 6 points with that one. That's cool. 17 hit. And that one is 9 points for the second.
All right. You can now see spider webs of cracks running through the entire creature. And now it's S'Kuthos' turn. He's going to go back to trying Eldritch Blast. Yeah. And misses both times. All right, Gwenlaren.
Try again.
Okay.
21 to hit.
That will hit.
That's only 8 points of damage because I roll like crap.
Okay.
19 to hit.
That will hit.
Five points of damage.
Would you like to describe its demise?
No way. Those were the crappiest rolls ever. I'd like to think that I stick one of my short swords right through its groin. I mean face. I mean groin.
Okay. Well, you jam the short sword in the location of your choice, but it strikes the network of cracks in just the right way that it causes sort of a cascade failure of cohesion, and the creature literally comes apart into fist-sized pieces of rock.
I think we all just like sighed this huge sigh of relief at the same moment. Oh, thank God. That was really painful.
That was intense. And this is the perfect time to say we're going to take a break
Oh my god.
and let everybody recover from that.
Take a break, Prozac, whatever
Right.
you, Xanax,
Xanax.
whatever you need to.
Shots of bourbon, whatever.
Get where you need to be.
Right. So, yeah, that was intense. And we'll be back in about 15 minutes after everybody's had a breath and a drink and, a good scream. And yeah, so don't go anywhere. The end is nigh. And we'll get to that when we come back. And welcome back. All right, so the creature is no more. The ground is littered with pieces.
Search the room.
Search the room, search the body, search whatever.
Well, there's no body left. It's chunks of rock all over the place.
Well, we can search to chunks of rock.
You can do that. All right.
Okay.
Whoever wants to search, roll investigation.
19.
18. My investigation is poop.
Mine is too. I rolled well.
Yeah, I rolled a 16, but
Stop.
S'Kuthos isn't too bad. Of course, you know, when you roll a 10,
nobody is Tasha investigation-wise.
28.
yeah, nobody is Tasha investigation-wise.
Plus 11, I think.
Yes.
S'Kuthos is plus 8.
Hey,
So
I got a 2.
Hey!
you got a 2.
I got a 2. I figure
Nice.
all this stuff.
You are pretty sure that there are rocks all over the ground.
Ooh. They're shiny.
They're not
Um,
moving.
So, as you start looking around, you kind of like, kicking the rocks, picking them up, turning them over, looking around. Tasha's the first one to notice as she's holding a piece in her hand that it's starting to vibrate.
The rock?
And you hear a low hum and a slight rumble in the room.
You really
And
should.
everybody except Arabelle notices that the rocks have begun to do this on the ground.
Oh no, they're gonna go back together. Mother of pearl.
Yeah. How do we prevent that from happening?
Uh,
Smash
Take
them into
some-
tiny pieces?
Take
I can't-
some. Take some into a different room. I don't know.
Is there a different room?
Well, I mean, down the hallway or what?
Okay, you have one round.
I
are
gathered
you
up
doing?
a bunch of rocks and I put them in my my sack.
No.
No, it puts them in another dimension.
Oh. Okay.
So I have where is it? Son of a hang on. Efficient quiver. So I'm going to take any pieces that look like weapons or the head, and I'm going to stuff them in there.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Okay.
I'm gonna kind of push them together and cast Shatter again.
Okay. Zoreth?
Well, I'll take some and just like run down the hallway, I guess. Back this way.
Okay.
Do you want me to roll for damage?
Yes, please.
Back over here
Okay.
for now.
So back toward the fish room.
Back towards the fish room.
Okay.
And I tell Arabelle what's going on, so she is not in the dark.
She's looking around like, why is everybody running? am I missing?
14 points of damage.
Okay. Yeah, you basically pulverize the pile
Good.
into much smaller pieces.
Good.
And after about 10 seconds, they all dissolve into sand.
Ooh. Is that what the tick was? The vibrate was?
That's what happened.
All right.
What about the rest of them?
All of them.
Okay.
Look, all the ones that I have in my hand.
Yes, you are now basically watching sand run out of your arms and hands.
Now why?
No.
Okay.
So, again, I think we should rest.
And I think we should rest also.
You want to rest here?
I mean, yeah, might as well.
So the next room should have the honeycomb thing with the gold dragons, right?
Theoretically.
Potentially.
But this is also the last of the corridors, so it might not act like the others. Something different might happen.
And I am tapped out.
Yeah, I have nothing.
Same.
We need to rest.
Yeah, we do.
And you can do the dome because you can do it as a ritual.
Yep. So I start the ritual for Hut.
Okay.
11 minutes.
11 minutes later.
Ding.
All right. 11 minutes later, the hut springs into existence.
Come on down here, Bell.
And Mother Tassa almost collapses.
Ugh. Poor thing.
She needs to rest too.
We'll get some food into you.
That would be good. This is getting much harder.
We have to be close.
We are.
I would hope.
Figure out how to wake them, free them.
That will be the next challenge.
As I'm laying here, do I feel any lingering anythings from all of my big kid casting?
Oh. Go ahead, if you will. Roll a d8.
That wasn't it. I got a 4.
All right. And roll a charisma save.
Oh, that is a natural 20. Plus charisma save. Plus 29.
Plus 5.
Wow. Okay.
34.
Once again, it's kind of like a wave that washes over you. This one takes a little longer to dissipate afterwards. It passes, but there's a lingering effect. You feel for a moment as if you simply don't belong with any of these people around you. Like, they are foreign, they are alien, they are nothing like you.
Wow.
Do you
And-
tell us?
After the wave passes, this time there's kind of a lingering echo.
No, I don't say anything.
You figure you probably have about 4 hours or so before you can reasonably
Rest.
turn in for the night.
Okay.
So let's make something to eat
Yeah.
and feed poor Mother Tassa.
How distracted are they by making stuff to eat?
I don't know. What are you considering?
I was thinking about just talking to Mother Tassa separately, but
You could go over and have a soft conversation that they would have to consciously attempt to listen in on.
okay, I'm going to.
All right.
Mother Tassa, the emotion wave hit me again today. It wasn't that bad. I was able to shake it off, but there's a lingering.
What was it, child?
It was just feeling like I didn't belong, like everything was foreign, and these people were nothing like me. But I was able to shake it off. I wish I knew what it was so that we could maybe wake them up easier, or
one way or another, child. I'm going to need to have to take that memory back soon. Whatever it does to me, it seems to be doing something worse to you.
Oh. Okay.
But I'm sorry, I simply don't have the strength to do it now.
Oh, I know. That's fine. Well, as long as it takes. I've got it.
Do I notice that they're having this conversation?
Make a perception check.
I rolled a natural 20.
Then yes, you notice the two of them basically almost literally have their heads together.
I listen because spying and scouting is kind of what I do.
I had this problem. Oh, child, etc., etc. Etc., etc.
Etc.
Etc. Etc.
But I say as long as it takes. I mean, this is important. So far, I've been able to, shove it off. So we're good for now.
If something happens to me, go to Erman.
It won't.
I am no longer certain of that.
I pat her on the shoulder.
She just kind of tucks her head and closes her eyes and
starts a little 4-hour rest.
So I come over and say, "Is everything okay?"
Mother Tassa is very taxed.
Are you okay?
I'm great.
Okay. I go back to helping with dinner.
Okay. I do want to point out, while you are sitting here for these 4 hours, you could utilize a short rest.
Okay.
If you choose to.
Sure.
Oh.
I mean, if we're just going to stay here for 4 hours until it's time to take a nap, until it's time for bed. Oh, that's right.
That's weird.
That's right. We could do that in case our night gets interrupted. I forgot about that.
Just in case.
I don't need any.
Arabelle, did you heal me?
I would have used how many ever rounds we had. I don't know how many rounds we had left after.
Because I didn't write anything down.
how many rounds it took
You
to
said
take out the thing.
How long does it last?
A minute. So last 10 rounds.
So you would have had 3 more rounds because that was a long combat.
Right. So
How many down are you, girl? I thought you were up.
20.
Oh.
give Tasha 1 and use the other 2 on Gwenlauren.
Okay. I rolled 5 for the first one.
I rolled 11.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah.
I think I've got enough hit points back by using my dice.
So it'll be 16 back for Tasha.
Well, that's fine.
Oof. Well, you don't need to roll for the second one. I got a 12.
All right, so that's 17.
Oh, wait a minute. I don't roll against you for these. These are... Oh, yes, I do, because this is the magical one. Okay.
It's a spell.
Yep. And then the last one, I got a 9.
So plus 5, 17 plus 14. That's 31 back for Gwenlauren.
Thank you.
Save your hit die.
Thank you, Easter Bunny.
Bark, bark.
So there's 5 of those altars.
Right.
Maybe we need to do something to each one at the same time.
We don't know what's in the final room. Once we see what's in the final room, it could be the answer to everything, or it could just be the same of everything. So then it's going to be, let me think. There's nothing really that we've received, gotten from this dungeon that would be anything that would go on the dais.
No,
Not really.
unless we find, like you said, unless we find something in that last room.
I mean, we've had the shimmery walls go away, but then they've been all blocks of solid whatever it was, and then nothing really being left that could go in or on or around that stuff.
Right.
But now that they're all unblocked, maybe something else.
Could even be that a new space is open somewhere that we haven't seen.
Right. While we're relaxing, do I notice the shaking? Do I notice any shaking?
Is it
Ground
still
shaking?
shaking?
A whole lot of shaking
Uh,
going on.
Make a perception check.
28 again.
Well, this is just for Zorith at the moment.
Okay.
Dirty
Because
20.
I assume she's not announcing that she's doing this. She's just sort of
Right.
checking.
Dirty
Uh,
20.
Everything is completely still and completely silent.
Hmm. Nobody feels any tremors or anything? Now you can check if you want, but I did get a dirty 20, so that's up to you guys.
Sure, I'll try.
I'll try.
24.
26.
27.
You all concentrate, and it's very still and very quiet.
Good.
Okay.
Is the food ready? I'll give some to Mother Tassa.
Oh yeah, I'm sure it is by now.
As I go back on the maps to look at everything, they're literally just the dioceses. Diocese.
Oh, we get it.
Diocese?
Diocese.
diocese, whatever. And there wasn't really, we looked at quite a few of them and there wasn't really anything on or around them. So I'm not sure it's within that.
I don't think they were like, they were really heavy. We couldn't move them kind of thing.
Correct.
Yeah, it's got to be something in the last room or we have to eat, be at all of them or something. Maybe Tasha can cast her spell on one of the altars tomorrow.
Oh, the lore one? Yeah, that's a good idea.
Get a hint. The hint spell.
I like hints, sorta.
Well,
How much longer until we can sleep?
Well, if you want, you can simply say you spend the 4 hours and then you bed down for the night.
Yep, we do that.
And unless there's something you really want to do, we can just move to that.
Okay. And we'll do our traditional watches.
Yes.
Yep. I got first.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I am knackered.
You're
Because
knackered?
She is.
I got a natural 1
Ugh.
plus 5, so 6. But it is a natural 1,
But you have
Okay.
advantage because of the shield.
which is just a
Oh.
natural 1. But I got a 7, which is
better than a 1.
better than a 1. Is
So 12.
12. 12, which is
Woo.
definitely better than a 1.
All
Sure,
right.
thank God for that.
For the first time in a really, really long time, you're having difficulty keeping your eyes open.
I am.
You're having difficulty not slipping into reverie. Your body is worn out.
I rolled a d12, but that's fine. I will be on 12. I just realized I was like, oh, this is such a pretty 12. Oh, sorry.
If you need to wake me early, do.
I think I'll be okay.
Yeah.
Zorath thinks she's okay.
You're just not at the top of your observation game. But you don't see or hear anything. Nothing catches your attention.
Then when it's Zorath's turn to wake up Gwenlauren, she will wake up Gwenlauren and say, I was really tired. Your turn.
Okay. Then, Gwenlauren, if you would, a perception
Yes.
check with advantage.
That's a 26.
You are certain that you detect no movement, you hear no sound. There's literally the tiniest bit of breeze through a little bit of moving air through the tunnels, but that's been the case the entire time you've been in here. So nothing out of the ordinary.
Okay. I'll spend some of my time making sure that all of my remaining arrows are in good repair and working on any that are damaged.
And probably dumping the sand out of your...
Yes, although in different places.
Right. Right. Okay. Yeah. Passes uneventfully.
All right.
I wake up Tasha.
Woohoo.
All right. Same drill. Perception with advantage, please.
I rolled a 17 and an 18. So 29.
And I assume, Arabelle, you're also awake and
Yeah, I'm working
doing
on
your
my,
prayers. Okay.
Yep, I'm working on my
Alright.
spells right now.
All right. It's very peaceful. You occasionally, your ears catch Arabelle quietly speaking something. You can't really make it out,
Right.
but other than that, you see nothing moving, you hear nothing but the sounds of your companions.
Okay. Well, after my shift, I wake everybody up.
Congratulations. You have completed a long rest.
Yay.
Woohoo! Don't forget to click it twice.
Yep.
Right.
Oh, look, S'Kuthos has spells again.
Woohoo!
What is everybody?
Yeah, but it's critical for S'Kuthos because he gets 2. Apart from his cantrips, he gets 2. So,
Yeah.
the perils of being a warlock.
All right. So, are we ready to leave the safety of the hut?
Well, the hut dissolves shortly after you all awaken, so.
Yeah, she would have remade the hut after a 4-hour thing, so.
All right. So I guess we'll start. If everyone's ready, we'll start moving.
Okay. Are you, I'm assuming that you eat.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Let me get everything ready for this here. All right. You see the tunnel, looking as it has everywhere else, leading away and turning to the right.
All right. Let's go, folks.
You see it does almost a U-turn and heads
Interesting.
back down. I'm just going to leave S'Kuthos and Mother Tassa.
Okay.
I'll have them catch up at some point, but
No problem.
and you see that it begins to bank off to the left. Make sure I get everybody watching caught up. Get right to the edge here. All right.
I ate too much for break time. It's nap time, that's what it is.
It's because we just talked about sleep a whole bunch
Right.
and eating, and then it's like, okay, now I'm ready for a nap.
That's it. Yeah, it isn't because my stomach is all fat, dumb, and happy.
All right. Here we go.
I'm concerned.
Yeah, it's not good when he says those words.
Right?
Well, I just meant here we go. Give me a moment because I have to
Do all
open
the
up a big
things.
area.
Not that there's 5 dragons waiting for us.
Right. Looking hungry and pissed. Oh, there is a something. It looks dead.
Aww.
It's a
As you-
Draculich.
As you have come to expect, this is another massive catacomb.
Shut up, Annette.
But
I know, I'm sorry.
There are
Don't help the DM.
there are 3 differences. The first difference is that yes, there appears to be a skeletal dragon laying in the furthest part of the chamber. The other thing that's different is that as you look around the room, 2 of the holes are open.
Which 2? Like, which direction?
There's one literally the opposite side of the cavern from where the entrance is, and there's one sort of in the off to the right, in sort of that angled part.
Okay, like here?
Yeah. Let me get my cursor back and I'll show you.
Okay, I would like to look.
There's one over here, and there's one right here.
Okay, I go to look.
I'm gonna head
in that
over
spot.
there. Oh. Come
Okay.
on over.
You see it is fairly large. It is about 13, 14 feet in diameter and seems to be quite deep. But it also seems to be quite empty.
Then I go and look at the skeletal dragon.
Yeah. Mother Tassa has slowly made her way up, as has S'Kuthos.
Can we climb in the hole?
Yeah, you may.
I climb
Give her
in.
boost.
Okay. It is perfectly smooth inside the hole. And how long is your dark vision? What's the range?
60, I think.
Okay. You are able to see that it goes further back.
Than that.
Yeah.
Are you going to climb in?
Yeah, I climbed in.
Yeah, she did.
I mean, like, keep going?
Yeah, I'm gonna look.
Meanwhile, Mother Tassa has dropped to her knees.
Oh. Are you well?
No.
What can we do for you?
She was a friend.
Oh, I'm so sorry. What was her name?
Denotinestia. Oh, my friend. She specialized in mind magics. Well, I suppose it makes sense that if anyone would be able to throw off the stasis, it would have been her.
I reach down and touch the bones, investigate. I am looking for any cause of death, because if she was able to get out of stasis, then it's like, did she starve? Did she die of thirst?
All right. You're going to need to make a survival check
Oh,
at
okay.
disadvantage,
Oh.
because this is a dragon. You have never been this close to a dragon in your life.
I'm not really hearing. Am I hearing what's going on there? Am I close enough to hear that story? Or am I just Arabelle and I just hanging out?
Make a perception check.
My survival check was a 13.
Okay.
Yeah. nothing.
You see scarring and pitting on the bones, but other than that, you can't draw any real conclusions. And
Aaron-
Like acid?
Zorith, what did you roll?
2 plus perception 5, so 7. So Arabelle and I are doing our own little damn thing.
Yeah, you're basically concentrating on making sure nothing happens to her because she's in one of these holes.
Right. That's my goal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're really, Gwenlauren, you're really not sure what exactly would cause this to a dragon.
I examined the dragon just to see.
Okay. Make a survival check at disadvantage.
Disadvantage? Okay.
Yep.
I roll 21.
Again, you see the same scarring and pitting on the bones that Gwenlauren saw. You too. It's very clear that whatever caused this was likely cause of death, but you don't know what caused it.
Boo.
Mother Tassa sniffs, and you see that she's crying.
Aw.
In the meantime, I'm going to be like, hey, what do you see? To Arabelle. Yeah, what do you see?
I don't know. Jeff hasn't told me what I see.
It is literally like somebody made a hole in the rock that looks like a cylinder. You move to the back of it, and you see the back is also smooth. It's actually concave in the back.
Okay.
Perfectly round. Clearly this was created either by maybe master dwarven artisans or magic.
But I don't find anything in the hole.
No.
Okay. How far back would I estimate I went?
It goes about 70 feet.
Okay.
So not much further than you could see from the edge of the hole, but
Okay. I will turn around and come back.
I help her out.
Mother Tassa just reaches out and lays a hand on one of the talons and just says, "Oh, my friend." When she reaches out and touches the skeleton, a ghostly dragon begins to rise up out of the skeleton.
Oh no.
What does?
A ghostly skeletal dragon.
Oh.
And we have know what's going on, but can I see that she's crying? I can see that she's crying because we're gonna walk up there.
Yeah, we should be getting back. It's only 70
Okay.
feet. It didn't take me long to.
Do I see
Well-
the...
Hold on. Zorith and Arabelle make perception checks.
29.
What did I say? My thing was 21, I think. 16 and 5. Perception. Yeah, 21.
Okay. Zorith, you're looking at Arabelle and you see Arabelle's face change. And you immediately go, why does her face, what is she seeing? And you turn and you both see this apparition rising.
I boot scoot back over.
Yeah, we hustle.
And you see Tassa kind of scramble backwards. It rises fairly slowly. It takes a couple rounds for it to become, excuse me, fully disconnected from the skeleton. And then the head turns and leans down in front of Tassa. Tassa Brunatiel, you have come at last. It has been so very long, but I can only assume it is as Duzanta predicted, and the land is in peril. Know that I too have played the part I was destined for, and my death was the only way I could now impart this information to you at this crucial moment. You must clear the tunnels, the entire cavern, of all of the traps and guardians left by the Thwilnu. Once that is complete, you must have the assistance of 4 mortal beings whom you trust implicitly. They and you have one sacrifice left to make. Each must travel to one of the 5 altars within the Conclave Cavern. And at the same moment, open their heart's blood and touch the altar. If you are successful, the stasis will be broken, and my brothers and sisters will once again be free to roam the land and sky. I have little time left, but my friend, know that I wait for you in the Azure Cloud Kingdom, and I will be there when time comes for your final flight. Be well, Tassa Brunatiel, my friend, until we meet again. And as that last sentence was being said, the ghostly figure began to fade until it's gone.
Wow.
All right.
Mother Tassa, are you all right?
I am... I am sad, but at the same time, I rejoice, for that was the voice of my friend.
At least she had one more message for you.
Yes.
And now you know for certain that you're doing the right thing.
And we have already accomplished much of what she tasked me.
Yes.
The Conclave caverns have been cleared. So... now... now we must see about freeing the dragons.
I have a
When-
question.
Oh, yes, go ahead.
My question is, whilst we were waiting one of the times in our thing, there was something that flew over us that wasn't a a beholder, but it was semi-like a beholder. One of the times that we were resting.
Yes. When
Something-
you had detect invisibility up. That was when you saw it.
Oh, so there is somewhere out there is a beholder
No,
type thing.
it was an eye. Make an Arcana check.
One of the things we fought had a detachable eye.
19.
I think something was watching us.
It strikes you that although you've not seen one for yourself before, it does match the description of detecting someone scrying.
Oh. We were being watched.
Yes.
Someone is watching us still.
Yes, child, that is why I have been concentrating so hard on this shield. It has protected us from being detected.
Right.
By the Thwilnu.
That is very likely.
Correct.
Or
But
the Chromatics, or both.
Okay.
Which means that in order for us to separate,
Yes.
we will have to leave the protection of your shield. So we will
Yes.
need to move quickly.
Yes.
Who amongst us is fastest?
You are.
I'm 30 feet speed.
Me too. Well, that's my walking speed. So my running speed would be 60?
Right.
Okay.
So if I cast Zephyr Strike, I can move at a higher rate of speed and get to one of the furthest, whichever is the furthest of the caverns.
Okay. So,
We will need to determine how we will know to do this simultaneously. It must be done in the same instant.
So, oh, sorry. Go ahead, Zori.
I can cast seeming and make everybody look the same. Then I drop seeming. Everybody should everybody should drop their appearance at the same. I don't know if we discussed it. Everybody has to be within 30 feet, but then everybody can go to wherever they need to go.
Yes.
And then it will drop. So if it drops, then everybody count to 10 after it drops, or 20 maybe after it drops, and cut your hand, and once it drops, and then put your hand on the thing at the strike of 20. That's
Okay.
what my thought is.
I like that thought.
Anybody
good.
else?
No,
If we are going to lose the protection of the shield anyway, there may be a simpler method.
Oh?
I can cast a spell that will link our minds.
Oh.
The biggest problem is, which actually might be better, because if somebody is going and they're getting spied on and they run into trouble,
Then we'll know.
yeah.
then we'll know if it's linked. Then we can say, help, I'm being attacked.
Okay.
I don't
Are we
know.
ready?
Well, Pam, what did you have to say?
Oh, I was just from the counting. I'll say if we went back to the main room, except for Mother Tassa stays at the gold one, then we'd know. They're kind of equal distance down the winding from. But if we're gonna be linked, it doesn't matter.
S'Kuthos says, I'll take the silver. And Mother Tassa turns on him, and you see her. It's like all of a sudden she found all of her energy again, and she's pissed. And she looks right at him and says, you will not. You will stay right here. And S'Kuthos actually blanches. Well, All right.
S'Kuthos, if you can keep an eye out and watch to protect Mother Tassa while we do what must be done.
Donationestia said, "Mortals I trust implicitly. Therefore you will stay where I can watch you."
I pat him on the shoulder. Less the you thing, more them thing.
All right.
So we're gonna all need to go back to the gold.
Let's just link minds. And how long does it last? The spell?
That's a good question. Let me look it up.
I think because it's probably different than 3.0 when it lasted forever.
It lasts for an hour.
Okay.
Oh,
So Mother Tassa and S'Kuthos will stay at the gold.
Yes.
at the gold.
I'll take bronze. I think that was the first one we did. And it's the furthest away.
Yes, bronze was first.
I'll take brass.
Okay, brass was second. Copper was third. Silver was fourth. Gold was fifth.
Do we need to wind through the caverns, or can we just move our avatars to where we need to be?
Just move them to where you need to be.
Well, so we should, as it goes, we should all but the two of them walk to the center cavern and then go down our separate holes, and then everybody tell when they got to theirs.
Do you want silver or copper, Zori?
I'll take 3.
If speed is of the essence, right? So I'm going to go ahead and cast Zephyr Strike so that I can move fast. And I'm going.
All
Does
right.
she cast the spell?
Yes, she casts it.
Okay.
And you immediately hear the voices of your companions and the voices of Mother Tassa. You do not, however, hear S'Kuthos.
Yeah.
That actually is okay. Yeah, so number 3.
Going up here somewhere.
Yep. I'll tell you when to stop. To your left. You betcha.
Where do I go?
All the way to the left, top. And I announce I've arrived.
You're here.
Yep, close. Yep, you're doing good.
Keep going.
Yeah. On this way?
North.
North?
Yep.
Oh.
A little bit northwest. Northeast, sorry.
Like this?
No, you go down that way.
This way?
Up.
Oh. No, you went too far.
Yep.
We've got it pinging. No, it's down here, right?
Oh, yeah.
Go straight
Oh,
down.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I'm here.
Okay.
There we go. I'm here.
All
Here.
right. Mother Tassa says, in your minds, let us prepare ourselves.
One question. Once this is done, what do we do? Do we meet back in the center corridor?
We go to our dragon rooms.
I
Okay.
would not recommend that.
They might.
Be mad.
They will not know you.
Yeah.
Go to the central cavern.
Okay.
I will send S'Kuthos to meet you there. And I will move back to the Gold Cavern, and hopefully there will be others that remember me, and we can begin explaining.
As you
Agreed.
wish.
I have my dagger in my hand.
Yep.
Or
Me too.
I pull one of my short swords and
Right.
place my left palm on the blade.
Okay.
me too.
Left is closest to the heart.
And
Left hand stupid.
Mother Tassa says, I am cutting now.
Oh,
Me
we
too.
all cut.
We all cut.
All right. Everyone prepared? On my mark. Go.
We all do it at the same time.
Each of you place your hand on the altar. Nothing happens.
Do we leave now, Mother Tassa?
I suppose.
When it said heart's own blood, do you think that it meant actually from our hearts?
That's what I was wondering.
All blood is from your heart, child.
I thought so, but
Since
Well-
the sacrifice left to make.
Let me go and look.
So should we wait here? Wait at our altars for a moment?
Yes, I am sending S'Kuthos back to the central room. Let me go and see if there has been any change.
Open the heart's blood. Touch
if we
the-
haven't heard from you in the next few minutes, let's leave and meet in the central corridor.
Okay.
If we lose touch with you.
I do not think that will happen, but and so you wait for a minute and a half or so. And then you hear Mother Tassa go, They're awake.
Oh, it worked.
They're awake. They're... Oh, my friends. It worked.
I start moving toward the central corridor.
Me too.
Yeah, running.
Yes.
I will join you in a little while. Oh, thank you, my friends. And you feel the mental link close.
Ugh. It's been about an hour though.
No, it's only been about 10 minutes or so. She ended the spell, clearly.
Oh, well, I'm sure it took us longer than 10 minutes to get to our places.
Okay, maybe 20.
She probably didn't want us to hear her thoughts when she's greeting her friends.
Oh, that's a good point.
Well, more likely, she probably didn't want to be distracted by your thoughts while she's trying to cope with all of this.
Yeah, that too.
Okay, so who's not back in the central corridor with us?
Tasha.
I don't know where you are either.
Oh. Here, let me. You moved yourself into a space that had not been revealed yet. So you couldn't see you. You are back in the central cavern now.
Should we wait here?
That's
Yes.
Yes.
Maybe we should cast the hut in case something comes along.
Thought about that. It's
Don't
a
want to be
dragon.
a snack.
Yeah, we got 11 minutes.
All right. Where do you cast it in this room?
Maybe like to the side, like over
Maybe
here.
over here. Yeah. That's exactly where I was thinking.
Okay. All right. And everybody huddle up.
Maybe they won't notice us if they're in a hurry.
Do. We're over here. Ignore us.
We might get to see dragons.
That would be cool. I've never seen a dragon. Well, one of these.
Not a nice one.
I don't think we actually saw dragons.
Did we see them flying or anything?
Yes.
We did. We saw them
Yes.
flying.
Okay.
We wait.
And we wait.
Let's see.
I bandaged my hand.
Okay.
Me too.
All right. Make a perception check. About half hour goes by.
14.
Yeah,
19.
25. 25.
21.
17.
Okay. You all begin to feel a slight vibration in the ground. It's not constant. You're having Tyrannosaurus Rex flashbacks. And you see emerging from the tunnel at the top of the cavern an enormous copper dragon.
Oh, good thing we hid. Very wise.
Who kind of pads casually in, looking around, and then just kind of settles back.
Does anybody
Begins
speak Draconic?
Cleaning its nails.
cleaning its
waiting for-
talons.
Is that the only
Anyone?
one?
Well, the shaking does not stop.
Well, no, it's not going to.
Anyone? Draconic?
As you see a bronze dragon wander in, followed quickly by a brass dragon, and they kind of nod to each other, and they look at the copper, and they nod, and the copper pulls its jaw back, and you assume that's a draconic grin. You hope that's a draconic grin.
None of us speak Draconic.
Dragons are very intelligent. They probably speak Elvish or something.
And then you see an absolutely gigantic silver dragon come padding out of that hallway.
Does a stretch.
Woo.
And you see the other three kind of incline their heads. And it nods. And it growls out something.
Like holding
And-
each other and like,
And they begin, you assume, having some sort of conversation. But it's in a language that none of you have ever heard before.
Is it Tasha? Somebody has comprehend languages, right? Or something?
And at this point, Mother Tassa walks
Okay.
out of the gold tunnel
I have tongues.
and walks to the center of the room, kind of looks around, and then sees the hut and goes, "My friends,
Meet the dragon.
if you would,
Up the hut.
they have requested to meet their liberators."
Oh. Well, I dropped the hut.
All right.
I drop to a knee and bow deeply.
Me too.
Oh, no. None of that is necessary. They are in your debt, my children. Stand and be proud of what you have done.
Dorith is wide-eyed and just panicking. Like, too many things going on. Who do I look at? Which one? I want to stand. I want to kneel. I want to stand up.
I got
I-
tears.
I stand at attention.
This is better than learning how to swim.
Thought she was gonna
Um,
say it was better than the sex.
Well,
This is gonna make a really good song.
Are the rest of you going to stay in the corner?
Oh no, sorry.
I'll join Mother Tassa.
Me
Okay.
too.
Yeah, one of you had put your icon over S'Kuthos, so I couldn't move him. She says, "It is my pleasure to introduce you all to Ijain, the speaker of the Silver Dragons.
Say it again.
Ijain. Eigein. Remidi, the speaker of the Bronze Dragons. That's Rimmidi. Gegointulf, the leader of the Brass Dragons. That's a long one. GAEGHOINTULTH.
Was so close.
And the noble Solriosa, leader of the Copper Dragons. SEOLREOSSA.
Oh, I missed that one completely. Can you? Yeah.
Yeah, SEOLREOSSA.
Yeah. Okay, so that one's the copper, and then bronze and silver. And what was Giggle Tooth?
Brass.
Gegointulf.
Sure. I mean, obviously, I would not get it wrong for them, but
Right. Mother Tassa says, "Assembled dragon friends, may I introduce you? This is the Lady Arabelle Iselin of Erma, Paladin of Terora." And they all kind of cock their heads, and she says, "This is Ramiel." And Tassa looks at you, Arabelle, and says, "I don't think I've ever told you, but I was once a follower of Ramiel. Now that this is concluded, I look forward to getting to know your version of this deity. If your example is any indication, Arabelle, I think she and I will get along very well."
Be happy to tell you everything.
This is Gwenlauren Duneshadow, the Craith Magdal of Thunder's Edge. Oh, I'm sorry. Krill Voldir. And the brass dragon looks down at you and says, Krill Voldir was nearest to my home. I must seek out the current leader there and inform them that I will be returning to take up my former mantle as the Sentinel of the Sands.
I would be most pleased to introduce you to the people of my clan and welcome you, as I'm sure all of them will, back home.
Tassa says, this small one behind me is S'Kuthos, the avatar of Costas. This is Abdunsa.
Costas?
And the copper dragon brings its head down, like it pads over and brings its head down and looks right at S'Kuthos and is like, we're going to have a long talk, my little friend. I need to know the new rules for mischief before I return to my home near Jogra's Maas. And you see Tassa go, oh.
Yikes.
Solriosa, that town is now known as Belinamod, and it has fallen. And Solriosa goes, what? We must fly. We must scour whatever foul creatures did this from the land and return any survivors to their home. We must leave immediately. And Tassa's like, calm yourself, Solriosa. An investigation is already underway by the army and several wise arcanists of this era. Although I'm quite certain that after some careful introductions, they would be glad of your assistance.
I lean over and whisper to Tassa, right, because nobody knows they're good dragons anymore.
Yes, we do have to deal with that as well.
Mm-hmm.
Good dragons, this young woman is Tasha Greenvale, Master Bard, lieutenant in the Aecathan army, based out of Erma. The bronze dragon kind of cranes its neck around a little bit to get a good look at you and says, do the ships still sail from Erma? I did so love watching them ply the waters of the sea. No, I shall have to discover if my lair along the coast still exists.
Yes, they do.
Oh, good. Well, it's reassuring that some things haven't changed. I'm still trying to wrap my brain around what Tassa has told us about how long has passed.
So long that most people don't know you exist.
Yes, she has made that quite clear. And this good child is the Lady Zorith Zircon of House Emyazrin from Thath Toksun. She is a chaos sorcerer. And the silver dragon kind of peers over and goes, Ah. Lady Emberline's get. Excellent. Does that good lady still wander the aisle, flowers blooming as she passes? I look forward to that reunion. Again, Tassa's face falls and she looks at the silver dragon and says, Ijain, Thaf Toksun too has fallen some number of years ago, destroyed by the Thwilnu and the Chromatics. I am at once filled with anger and sadness both. This must not stand. And he looks right at Zorith and says, when you attempt reclamation, call upon me. My brothers and sisters and I will support your quest.
I bow down so low to the ground that my forehead almost touches it. Like, absolutely.
Tassa says, it becomes very clear that there needs be explanations, and it will take a bit of time, I fear, to catch you up on over a century's worth of new history.
It's a lot.
The important thing is people don't know you're good dragons. I'm sorry.
Ijian says, but Tassa Pronatiel, why do you worry about relaying the information? You certainly would not do so in such a primitive manner. Resume your noble form and meld minds with us. Tassa goes, this is my normal form. Grimidi peers down at her and waves his talons over her. And then he kind of rears back and says, she's missing a memory, Ijian. He looks at Tassa. Were you assailed by Noctomancy and someone stole your core memory? No. I've only recently begun to access memories that were closed off. One of the arcanists of this era has rediscovered Noctomancy, which has been lost until very recently. And in order to prepare for this, there was a memory that was causing me great distress, and so I asked Zorith to carry it for me. And you see all 4 dragons go.
They're all looking at me.
They're looking at her.
Oh.
And Celery also says, you put that memory into the mortal mind? Even for an elf, that will have repercussions.
Take Zori's hand.
But even that must be for a later discussion. And he turns to you. Or she turns to you. Zorith, may I remove the memory and restore it to Tassa Pranatiel?
I was only holding it for her anyway.
So
I take Arabelle's hand because I'm
Silriosa pads over to stand over you
my eyes get huge
and
Squeeze me.
settles back on their haunches and reaches 2 massive claws forward, talons longer than you are tall. and very carefully and very gently brings their 4 talons of each hand down to touch your temples.
Wow.
I breathed very, very shallowly.
There's words spoken again in that same language that you didn't understand, and you feel a pressure you didn't quite realize was there leave your mind, and the claws pull back and they are holding a glowing ball of energy. And turns and simply chucks it at Mother Tassa.
Informalities. I love it.
And there is a flash of light, and when the light clears, there is a golden dragon.
I'll tell you what it
We
is.
knew she was a dragon.
We knew she was a
A
dragon.
golden dragon, no less.
Whoa.
And she
Tanastia.
Gesundheit.
she looks around and says, in a voice that sounds still exactly like Mother Tassa, "Well, that explains a lot."
We were traveling with a dragon the whole time.
And she looks at Aegean and says, "But why was that knowledge withheld from me? For what purpose?" Aegean says, "You were not part of that discussion, so you did not know the specifics. This was necessary. The Valaxi came to us. They had foreseen a disaster, something that would shake the land to its core. And they knew that if we did not prepare before this event happened, we would never walk the lands again. And so it was decided that you would be Tassa Pronatiel the Sentinel. Your memories were taken and placed deep within the recesses of your mind. When the Thwilnu and the Chromatics actually cast their horrid spell, it reached out to seek the minds of all metallic dragon kind. But because you did not know, you were not affected. You were our insurance policy. Tassa says, "I understand. Well, I am happy to be restored, but this does raise a few questions, like what is to become of my mortal children?" And you see Aegean go, and she says, "No, not by blood. I'm far too old for that. But I have adopted a clan."
They're really wonderful.
I think so too. So I will have to determine what sort of information they are going to receive.
Now we're not going to be very happy on their list of people they like once they realize that we're not bringing you back.
They'll understand.
Will they? Because we're not going to be able to tell them where she is or what she is.
Be able to tell them.
Yeah.
I mean, she's not gone. She's just
A
different.
dragon.
I will have to speak to them, I am sure. If you would, Zorith, make a perception check.
It's not great. It's not awful, but it's not great. Perception, 18.
You kind of, you're looking sort of at Aegean and Tassa Pranatiel, and the back of your head is almost kind of burning. Like you get the sense that somebody's looking at you really hard.
I go around.
And you see that Gagointulf has moved up and is staring at you very intently.
I bow my head and
Tassa? Yes. I hope that this one, and she points a talon right at your head, is worthy of us. Because by storing your Dracoform memory in her mind, you have made her soulkin. I am not certain what effects that will have on her, but it has already altered her. I can sense that much. Tassa says, for better or ill? That I cannot tell, not yet. But there is an alteration. Let me assure you, they are worthy. They have been friends and allies since we first met. They have continued to be nothing but kind and helpful to myself and to my adopted children. But most importantly, without their inquisitive minds and powerful aid, we would not be standing here. They brought about the rediscovery of Noctomancy, which was the necessary step for all of this. And it was their efforts that brought me here. Very well. You are more knowledgeable of this era and its peoples than any of our kind that are living now. We would do well to heed your word on this. I thank you for that, and on their behalf. And speaking of, one thing that you should be made aware of immediately is that the Chromatics and their servant orcs are once again harrying this country. They are responsible for the destruction of Belinimard. They have been attacking Irma for weeks, months. I ask now, here in this place, for a commitment from all the septs that we will come to their aid. We will help throw back the Chromatics' attempts at invasion. And we must determine who will speak for the Gold Sept. That has already been taken care of. If you will poll your sept, they have already chosen you. Who else could possibly lead in this new time, but one who has lived it and knows the perils and the opportunities to be found? I did not ask for that. But if that is the wish of the sept, and you are all in agreement, and you see the other 4 dragons nod. Very well. But we will also need to take into consideration something that we have discussed, these friends and I. This world, for many of its generations, knows dragons only as evil and destructive. The knowledge of our kind has passed from this world. So we cannot just step back into it and resume our place. We must be reintroduced. Agreed. So how would you recommend that we go about doing that? Well, I would suggest that we take advantage of the fact that we have 4 very capable and known members of this society whose word carries some weight. They should be the messengers. And we will need to be ready to show ourselves when they feel it is right.
We're going to need some proof.
That is why we will show ourselves.
Basically,
when you are ready,
Mm-hmm.
send me a message and I will come to you. Or Aegean. One of us will come to you, likely in a form similar to yours at first, but those you deem worthy of first-hand knowledge, we will reveal ourselves to. But you must decide how and when. This I entrust you. In the meantime, there are lairs to reclaim, and eventually tribute to be given, as is appropriate. And Tassa turns to Arabelle and looks down. Where would you like the tribute delivered?
Oh, tribute.
I'm
Our-
sorry, tribute to us?
I thought you meant to you.
Yeah.
Probably our home.
Which one?
Well, if we're not there, to Thunder's Edge in the care of
Wiki.
Aloric.
Well,
Oh,
wait.
Aloric.
What?
Yes.
What kind of tribute? I mean, how large is the? Will we? And I just
squeeze
stutter.
Zori's hand again. Breathe. Just breathe.
Take a deep breath. We humbly accept and appreciate any gifts that you wish to give to us, as I'm sure is your custom.
You have given us our lives back. You have risked much and endured much pain, if Tassa is to be understood. You have bled for us. You are dragonkin.
Ooh.
You are soulkin. You have a lair with no horde.
How much of a horde? That was the only one thing I was wondering. How large of a horde? Because we have
Well,
small houses.
Not an enormous amount, of course, but
Okay.
it is fitting that we assist you in beginning to accumulate your hordes.
Thunder's Edge.
Most kind. Most kind.
We started this journey to ask for help with the Chromatics, but had we known, we would have done it just because it wasn't right what happened to you.
Balance must be restored. People must be, beings, dragons, all kin should be free to live their lives with purpose and honor. The fact that that was stolen from you is a great crime. The thing that I do want you to consider and be careful about is the Thwilnu. From what I have seen, they are extremely perverted, and they their purpose in life is taking beings and perverting them to their own devious purposes. And they create horrors, and they're deadly and dangerous. And I know that all of you are much more powerful than we are, but please be careful. They are a threat. Not just the Chromatics and not just the orcs, but the Thwilnu are a threat as well.
Aegean looks at you and just kind of bows his head and then gets what you assume is sort of a draconic smirk and looks at Tassa and says, I was wondering if the moniker Master Bard was perhaps superlative, but I see that you were correct. Well spoken, little one.
Thank you.
Mother Tassa,
Yes, child.
we'll let you know once we pave the way, but it seems silly that there'd be anything that you'd need our help with, but if you need us, you'll send us a message.
Of course. But I think for now, you have rendered service enough. We will be grateful all our lives, for our lives. And dragon lives are long. so it is no small thing.
I raise my hand just a little.
Just dawned on me that I never moved the map for everybody else. Too busy doing all this.
I raise my hand just a little.
Why is she raising her paw?
Because she doesn't feel worthy of speaking on her own.
Oh, child.
No, I just made.
What say you?
I was just wondering if I could have a hug, like some part of you, if I could just hug maybe a talon or a leg or a wing or something.
Tassa just kind of goes, I have come to love you, Zorith. And she leans her head down and basically just gently places the edge of her muzzle right up against your cheek.
Aww.
And I hug. And cry, because I'm crying. I'm a big weepy mess, but...
If you had told me just a year ago that there were such things as good dragons, and that I would have the privilege of helping free such things, I would have laughed and scoffed. It is miraculous that we have gotten to witness this, let alone be integral to its coming into being. And I will never forget it, and the songs will be legendary.
I look forward to hearing these songs once you have written them. And please let me know when they will be performed, and I will do my best to attend and listen. I am very curious.
I will let you know.
But for now, we should send our septs off to find their lairs, or find new lairs if their former domiciles no longer exist.
Fly high end at night.
So
Well, we are going to utilize all the magic at our disposal. We will be departing the caverns on foot, but then we'll be using magical transportation from there. So we will remain unseen.
Excellent.
So I think we need to head to Airmon, but perhaps send a message to Lord Tremaine and see if he can find magical means to meet us there.
There is one other thing that must be addressed, and the other dragons, one by one, troop out of the cavern until it's just you all and Tassa Pranatiel. And she cranes her head down to look at S'Kuthos,
I knew it.
who has the presence of mind to actually look a little embarrassed.
Jagras Mas.
And she says, I think it is time for me to leave as well. I must ask one favor. If you would, return to the Sasaran. Chances are you will be able to reach them before I can. There is much to be done. And as I am now in charge of the septs, there is even more to be done.
Sorry.
But return to my tribe and tell Erman all that has transpired.
We will.
I have no secrets from my adopted son.
Mother Tassa,
Yes.
may we tell your other son?
My other son.
Giovanni?
You know Giovanni?
We do.
You're
He's
gonna
how,
make me cry again.
he's how we found you.
He helped us.
Of course.
We weren't supposed to tell you, but he would
Is-
want to know.
Is he well?
Oh, yes.
He's very happy.
He is a lover of life.
And one of our closest friends.
Oh. Huh. And I thought this day could bring no more surprises. You actually see a tear run out of the golden dragon eye, and it hits the ground and actually splashes Arabelle and Tasha.
Ah. He has become a business owner, and he has done well for himself.
He no longer is on the sea, but he still loves it.
Please tell him, and tell him that should he wish it, I would visit.
Oh, wow. He's going to be surprised on a lot of levels.
And excited.
When you come to Irma, we will take you to him.
I would like that.
I think he would too.
It seems not enough, but I must say thank you. Arabelle, Zorif, Tasha, Gwynlauren, for your dedication to this world. And do thank Araman when next you speak with him.
Well,
I do think it's time someone told you the truth about his mission. And she is like boring eyes into S'Kuthos.
Into from Araman's?
But I will leave that. I wish all of you well. We will be in touch. And she rears back, extends her wings fully out, and you, for the first time, really get a sense of how freaking huge an ancient dragon is. And she makes a couple gestures with her talons and growls out something in that language you don't understand, and gone.
All right,
Magic happened.
S'Kuthos, spill.
We've been more than patient.
is that your name?
You are the avatar of a god.
Well, yes.
Which?
Costas?
I am Costas.
And you didn't tell us because why?
Well,
It's not-
all right. I'll try to make this as short as possible.
And that's where we're ending tonight.
No. No.
That's hilarious.
No. I've had my eye on you for some time.
The four of us?
Well, first the three of you, and then the four of you, and then the four of you, and you're so much fun to watch. And as he begins talking, you see him start to morph a little bit. And he changes into, if S'Kuthos was a human, That's what you see standing in front of you. And as he speaks, his voice changes. You're so much fun to watch. And I was particularly entertained by Araman. So demonstrative that he would never, under any circumstances, debase himself to follow one of the gods. I took that as a challenge. And so I started whispering. Just little things here and there. Whispers here, dreams there. And he discovered that there's actually someone who is technically a god who thinks rather like he does. And I decided that he needed a little seasoning.
You're going to eat him?
No,
No,
not that
not
kind of
that-
seasoning.
Not that kind of seasoning, although that's funny. No, he needed tempering. And he needed to understand that turning your back on all of the gods, not the best idea in the world. Especially not when one of them was willing to be helpful. And so I put the idea in the mind of that delightful VSFX that she should send him off on an errand. And since then, every time she has contacted him with instructions, well, wasn't her. And we've gotten to know each other a little bit, and he's impressed me. And you seem to be doing fine.
Thank you.
So if you don't mind, I'm going to continue borrowing him for a little while. He's going to have great stories to tell you when he sees you next, because, well, let's just say that the last few errands I've had him run weren't in Aecathan.
All right.
Where were they?
What I want to know.
One of them was on Avernus. That was unpleasant.
A what?
A couple of them, he went to Sigil, which is he really likes that place. I imagine he may try to convince you all to settle there when you decide to retire. It is a definitely Eraman type of place. He's been off plane. Let's just put it that way. And he's doing quite well. He's making a name for himself. Although, I'm afraid he's gotten it in his head that he wants a particular type of magical device that I'm actually not allowed to bring to this world yet. He doesn't quite understand that, but we're working on it.
So, let me get this straight.
Yes.
Your mission, other than your own amusement, is to make sure that Araman is a better adventurer?
Yes. He's almost as tricky as I am. And that is where we started to bond.
As long as we have him back when it's time to reclaim Valtex.
Oh, absolutely. I have been traveling with you so that I could reassure him that you were doing fine. He wouldn't take my word on it, so he has been periodically sharing my experiences with you all.
Is that the eye that's been watching us?
Oh, no, that was the Thwilnu attempting to just make sure that no one was in the caverns.
No.
I squeeze
Worth a
Ori's
shot.
hand again.
Yeah, I squeeze back.
Are the Thwilnu watching us right now?
They are trying. But I decided to cheat a little and basically make this entire complex someplace that they cannot now nor will ever be able to look into again.
Oh, that's awesome.
But does that mean that they will come looking to see
Oh.
if it's empty?
Undoubtedly.
Okay.
And when they get here, and it is, I'll be watching. And if there are tantrums, I'll definitely share them. Because it's definitely going to make them unhappy. Which I'm fine with.
Same.
So you can travel easily, right?
Oh, well, yes.
So
Well, yes and no. This avatar can travel according to the laws of mortal magics, but I can essentially be anywhere I need to be at any time. This is but one of several hundred avatars that I'm currently tracking at the moment.
Wow.
so can you help us with a shortcut back to the Susarum?
think-
No. I'm
right.
already going to have to explain to Mother why I sealed this cavern off, and she's not going to be happy with me. But
Who's mother?
oh, Torora.
And
Sure.
yet we can't hitch a ride.
No.
He's already bent the rules almost to nothing.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Yes.
And I missed my shot at getting to ride a dragon.
I will come.
Oh,
I
don't think that ship has sailed.
I was thinking the same.
Yeah.
thing.
Just
they
wait.
they declared you soul kin, mortal.
We are going to war.
You
on
don't
Earth.
understand what that means, but you will.
I haven't got a clue.
We're dragons.
It's good. It's useful.
Dragon. We're basically dragons.
They're sending us a horde.
Well, I do like the idea of a horde, although, a ride home would have been convenient.
It
Well,
would
I think-
have.
Zori can get us part of the way, right?
I can get as close.
Okay.
So
Wow.
you're leaving us now?
Well, yes.
Yes.
It's been fun, but I was only allowed to do this for as long as no one knew who I was, and
Now we know.
thankfully, Tassa Pranatiel didn't actually admit that she had figured out who I was until today. But, as they say, the jig is up.
Thank you for your help.
And thanks for the swim lessons.
Oh, yes, that was very entertaining.
Came in
you-
handy.
You, Gwenlauren, you might think about signing on with me as well. We seem to have a similar outlook on things. But I'll leave you to investigate that on your own,
Thank you.
right? Well,
was there anything that you didn't get to learn that you wanted while you were here?
oh no, that was all just that was backstory.
Oh. Well, I would have taken you out for ice cream or something.
Well, I appreciate that, but and he holds his hand up and he's holding ice cream. I can kind of have it whenever I want. So
Oh,
and it just vanishes.
yeah.
You'll tell Araman that We
We
miss
love
him,
him.
and we love him.
Oh, I'm going to have to share this whole thing with him as well. So say what you want. He'll see it and hear it.
We miss you, old man. Show up soon. Don't let this being get you into too much trouble.
He's
Miss
pretty good
you.
at getting out of it.
And
I know.
I miss you, and I love you, and I really could use you. So come back soon.
We have a dragon horde waiting. You don't want to miss that.
I mean, like the biggest dragon horde. I mean, not that it's technically any of it's yours, but I'm sure we'll share.
I can't wait to see his reaction to that.
That's a sisterly thing to say. So
All right. Well done, you four. It was a joy to be able to travel with you for a while. And I'm sure we'll see you again. And he's gone.
Boy. Unbelievable.
You're a much smaller crew now. And
Well-
I didn't get ice cream.
no, none of us got ice cream
You will. You will
or
get
a
ice
ride
cream.
home.
As soon as we have fresh ingredients again, I think with Zori's help, we can make ice cream.
Yes.
I know what I'm spending my dragon horde on.
We
That
just
will
need-
be just a small amount, dear.
Hopefully, it doesn't like annihilate the basement or Zach or anything.
It'll
it'll-
be okay.
It'll fit in the basement.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
And that is where we're going to stop.
Oh my
there.
god.
Okay, that's a good place.
Did we
Uh,
Good
level?
place to level, right?
And
Did we level?
congratulations, you are all now level 11.
Yay!
Congratulations on completing the first major arc of the Aecathan game.
Oh my god.
Yay! Well, it was a good one.
Yeah.
That
we
was
were
fun.
traveling with a god and a
And
dragon.
a dragon.
We
No,
knew she was a dragon, though. Didn't we ask her at one point if she was
We-
a dragon?
Yes, and
We
she
did.
said no
Didn't
because she
know.
had no idea.
She didn't know.
We knew.
We knew.
I was
You
sitting
certainly
there.
suspected.
I was sitting there like, okay, so all of the dragons are represented except for gold. Where's the gold dragon? Bam.
Yeah. And I'm sitting there thinking, God, did I sleep with a dragon?
No.
Oh,
Nope.
no.
Nope.
No.
Nope.
No.
Yeah, I
Nope.
got there eventually, but there was a moment where I was like,
Ooh. That could maybe not be good.
Or maybe it was good.
Dragonkin has to get here somehow.
Yeah,
Just saying,
that's true. That's how it happened.
right?
So,
Level 11, y'all.
So be careful
Yep.
who you sleep with.
Yeah. Hit dice, right?
just
gotta
more
roll
of an
hit dice.
adventure.
yes, if you would like to roll hit dice now, you are welcome to do so.
All
So
right.
I get to roll a d6. This is 11d6, right? So I get to roll a d6.
Yep.
I got a 3.
All right.
44.
Wherefore art the hit dice?
Okay. When you look at your face, and over on the far right up is the anvil.
Yep.
And then that takes you to the thing,
Yep.
and then it says manage HP.
Yep.
And then you roll whatever you
Well,
roll. You
The
add to roll
first thing you
HP.
do is when you get to that screen, you change your level from 10 to 11.
I
Well,
have.
yes, you do that too.
Yep.
Okay.
And then manage HP.
Manage HP.
And it says
Add how? Oh, go ahead.
11d10.
So you
So
just
you
roll
roll a
1d10.
And times it by 11.
No.
Nope.
No.
You go into that.
Oh, you add 1d10. Got it.
Yep.
You add
Got it.
whatever to that 40 to that rolled HP number. So if it's 41, you add 3, which makes it 44, or however you need to add.
Okay.
I get
Nice.
nothing exciting.
Could have been worse.
Mhm.
Woohoo! I did mine.
And Arabelle, do you get anything exciting for this one?
Ooh, I rolled a 10 on my hit points, though. That's
Ooh,
nice.
that's nice.
Very nice.
I only rolled 3.
I get Aura of Courage, which means
Ooh.
anyone within 10 feet of me, of you all, cannot be frightened as long as I'm conscious.
Nice. I like that.
Oh, it's a new aura.
Cool.
Very nice.
Well, excellent.
And we'll deal with the rest of the leveling up on our own.
Oh, shoot. That's right. Yeah.
Yep. Thank you very much for sticking around for all of this. We will be back next Tuesday night to launch into the next big chapter. And of course, tomorrow night, Nikki and I and Buddy will once again be entering Paragon City to continue with the Vigilante Training Academy. And we'll see what kind of trouble we can get in there. So 7:30 p.m. Eastern U.S. time for every show that we've got right now. So please join us. And in the meantime, remember, stay safe, stay sane, wear your mask just because it can't hurt. And
Another school in Georgia closed down a few days ago, so
okay.
it's happening.
Yep. And we will see you next time when we will welcome you once again back to the lands of Aecathan. Good night, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.